everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
HOTD, as a zombie, I devour ghouls and parasites. Synopsis: I was born as a shitty zombie in the world of High School of the Dead. But I soon discovered that it wasn't just a zombie apocalypse. There were also ghouls hunting in the shadows and alien parasites taking over bodies. To survive, I discovered that I could evolve by devouring other monsters. This is the story of how, to save those I love, I must become the ultimate predator. Worlds: High School of the Dead, Tokyo Ghoul, Parasyte, Hellsing, Chapter 1-25, Chapter 01 2443 words. I was born as a zombie. Yeah, I mean it. It's not a metaphor or anything like that. I was literally born as a freaking zombie. Sounds like a bad joke, right? But it's actually true. In my former life I died. I don't totally remember how. Maybe it was a car accident. Or maybe it was an illness. My memory's a bit foggy on that part. Wasn't it because I was staring at a beautiful woman's but then I crashed into a lamppost and lost my balance? As a result, I fell onto the road and was run over by a truck. What a stupid way to die. Anyway, putting aside my shamefully embarrassing death, the next thing I remember is the feeling of disappearing and everything going dark. I felt nothing in that place until there was something. When I regained consciousness, I was being born. Like a normal baby. Well, except for the fact that I was dead. Or undead. Or whatever the hell this shit is called. My mother in this world, screamed when she saw me for the first time. I can't blame her, you know. Imagine giving birth and your baby comes out with pale gray skin, cloudy eyes, not crying, and no heartbeat. I wasn't even breathing properly. Well, I didn't need to breathe as much as a normal human. Monster. It wasn't congratulations or it's a beautiful boy. It was monster. That was the first word I heard in this world. My father, or the guy who was supposed to be my father, panicked. The doctors panicked. I panicked. We all panicked. I didn't understand what was going on. I had the mind of a 15-year-old trapped in the body of a newborn zombie. How fucked up is that? For the first few weeks, my family, if you can call them that, kept me locked up. They were afraid. It's a little sad, but they were afraid of me. I never blamed them for that. We can't keep this. Not even him. Just this. My mother cried when they said they were abandoning me. My father said nothing. I guess it was easier that way for him. They left me at an orphanage. Or rather, they left me at the door of a hospital with a note. The note said something like, "Please take care of him," or some similar crap. But when the nurses found me and saw what I was, they panicked too. In the end, nobody wanted me. Do you know what it's like to grow up knowing that no one, absolutely no one, wants you because you were born different? But I had no choice. I had to survive. And that's exactly what I did. Hey, monster. Stay away. I'm 6 years old now. Well, 6 years since I was born into this world. The boy who yelled at me is Takashi. Or maybe Takashi. I don't remember well. All human children look the same to me when they're yelling at me. I'm in a park. And if you're wondering why, I'll tell you that even zombies need to get out once in a while. The truth is, I'm trying to get used to being around humans without them panicking. Unfortunately, my idea isn't working very well. Go away or I'll tell my mom. The boy picks up a rock and throws it at me. It hits me on the shoulder. It doesn't really hurt because my defense was really high. Or is it because I have no sensitivity to pain since my nerves are dead? I guess that's one of the advantages of being a zombie. Okay. I'm leaving. I turn around and start walking in the opposite direction. It was a girl's voice. When I turn around, I see a little girl running towards me. The girl comes out from where the boy who hit me with the rock was standing. Don't go near him. He's dangerous. Is that her name? The girl completely ignores the boy and keeps running toward me. The boy, Takashi, apparently yells at her again. But she pays no attention to him. She reaches me and looks at me with concern. Are you okay? I can't help but stare at her in surprise. She has big red eyes. Her hair is orange-brown, quite long for a girl her age. She seems to be the same age as me and the boy, that is, 6 or 7 years old, and she also seems to have been his friend. But most importantly, she's not looking at me with fear. She's looking at me with concern. It doesn't really hurt. It's the truth since I don't feel any pain. The boy, Takashi, comes running and grabs the girl's arm tightly. Stay away from him. He's a monster. Haven't you seen the news? Monsters that murder people. He's not. The girl gets angry. Her cheeks puff up like a pufferfish and her eyes shine with indignation. Takashi, you shouldn't be mean to other children. Then she pulls her arm away from the boy's hand and looks at him angrily. But Ray, you look really ugly when you're mean to others. The boy becomes angry. His face turns red and he clenches his fists. Then do whatever you want. I don't care. He turns around and runs off to the other side of the park. The girl, Ray, sighs and shakes her head as if she were a mother scolding a naughty child. Then she looks at me with a big smile. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know Takashi could be so mean. And no, it's okay. I don't know what to say. This has never happened to me before. What's your name? I don't have a name. My tongue gets tied when I speak. Ray tilts her head in confusion. You don't have a name. Because I was abandoned before I could have one. But I can't say that. I just don't have one. But you can call me Arita. Arita was my name in the other world. I don't remember my last name. In fact, I don't remember much about my previous life. My memory is bad because I'm a zombie. Memories of my previous life, and even those of this life, sometimes become blurred before disappearing completely. It's terrifying. I fear that one day I will lose all my memory and truly become a mindless zombie. Just a walking corpse with no thoughts and no personality. I like your name. The girl smiles broadly. I'm Miyamoto Ray. Nice to meet you. Miyamoto. That name sounds familiar. As if I've heard it before. But I can't remember where. So I stop thinking about it. In my previous life, I was a pretty outgoing person. Or so I think. But after being away for 6 years and having no one to talk to, I feel uncomfortable around people. I don't know what to say or how to act. Ray seems to misinterpret my silence as shyness. With a big smile on her face, she takes my hand and pulls me along. Don't be shy, hee. Let's play on the slide. Wait. But she doesn't listen to me. She drags me to the playground while laughing cheerfully. I can't help but think that this girl is very different from the others. Playing in a children's park, how embarrassing. The sun is already high in the sky when we stop playing. I am exhausted. Well, not physically. Zombies don't tire easily. But mentally, I'm exhausted. How long has it been since I played with someone and laughed with someone? It's been a long time, actually. Ray is sitting next to me on the swing, swinging her legs happily. That was so much fun. Now you're my friend, Arita. Friend. So we have to play again, okay? She looks at me with an expression full of expectation. I could only nod. Then I remember something. What about the other boy? Wasn't he her friend? If the three of us really get together, I'm afraid there will be another conflict. Ray tilts her head, then smiles. Ah, I've only known him for a week. I thought it would be fun to play with him, but... She pauses and frowns. I don't want to be friends with a kid who discriminates and calls others monsters. But I am a monster. I keep that thought to myself. Because it looks like I've made a friend. Well, I have to go home now. Ray jumps off the swing and brushes the dust off her skirt. Do you want me to walk you home? I ask her. That's what a friend would do, right? She shakes her head. My house is close by. And it's not dark yet, so I'm not scared. She lifts her chin proudly, looking very brave. See you tomorrow, Arida. Ray waves goodbye and runs off in the opposite direction. I stand there watching her disappear into the streets. I have a friend. A strange warmth spreads through my chest. Ah, I'm a zombie. But anyway, it's not something physical. Is this what it feels like to have a friend? As I think these things, I walk back to my house. It's actually just an abandoned building that's not too far from the park. Maybe about a 20-minute walk. It's perfect for someone like me since no one comes there. The windows are broken, the walls are covered in graffiti, and the floor is covered in dust and debris. It's a shitty hole fit for a shitty zombie. I sit on the old mattress I found a few months ago thrown away in the trash and stare at the ceiling. I've been in this world for 6 years now, huh? And I still don't understand why I'm here. Why was I reborn as a zombie? Earlier, I said that I'm afraid of losing all my memories. But right now, I think being like the zombies in the movies isn't so bad. They don't have memories. They don't have to deal with this loneliness. They just have their instincts to eat, bite, and infect. Damn it. I rub my face in frustration. At least I have a friend now. But then I think. What if she finds out the truth? Would she act like the other kids and call me a monster? Stop thinking such depressing thoughts. I get up abruptly from the mattress and walk to the broken window. I look out at the streets where I see lights beginning to turn on in Japanese houses. Through the window, I see families preparing for dinner, children doing homework, or parents returning from work. That was normal life in this world, and the life I can never have. I can't go to school, and I can't even have a family. Because I'm a monster. I punch the wall in frustration. The plaster cracks a little and small pieces fall to the floor. That's another advantage of being a zombie. I'm stronger than a very well-trained adult human. In fact, thanks to that strength, I have this place as my home. 2 gangster thieves used to live here, and I had to chase them away. I remember I had to show them my true face and growl a little before hitting them. They ran away as if the devil were chasing them. Fo-ha-ha-ha. I laugh when I think about it. Grumble. My stomach makes a noise. Another thing about being a zombie is that I still need to eat. But don't get me wrong. I don't eat human flesh. That would be too much even for me. No, I eat raw animal meat. Beef, pork, or chicken. Whatever I can acquire. I can't eat normal food. I tried it a few times. I threw up immediately after swallowing. Even remembering it is unpleasant. So raw meat is all I can eat. I walk over to the bed and pull a piece of raw beef wrapped in plastic from under the mattress. I borrowed it from a supermarket a couple of days ago. Although I don't know why they hit me with a broom. Ah, well, I know. It's because I'm a zombie thief. I unwrap it and stare at it for a moment. I take a bite. The metallic taste of blood fills my mouth. The texture is chewy and difficult to chew. It's not delicious. I swallow with difficulty. I miss normal food. I miss hot rice, steaming ramen, greasy hamburgers, and pizza with melted cheese. All that delicious food I'll never be able to eat again. I finish eating the raw meat in silence as I look out the broken window at the night sky. The stars shine through the clouds. For some reason, they make me feel less alone. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll see Ray again. A crackling sound interrupts my thoughts. I'm a little scared that my house is going to fall on me, but I realize it's coming from outside. What the hell was that? I turn my face toward the street, and my eyes catch a black silhouette on top of a lamppost. The silhouette belongs to a man. Because I'm a zombie, my vision is blurry during the day, but I can see quite well in the dark. Thanks to that, I can see that his skin has an ashen tone, but not like mine. It's different because his skin is more normal. You would only notice if you looked closely enough. That said, there is definitely something wrong with him. The sclera of his eyes is black and his iris is bright red. It reminded me of blood. What is that thing? Are there monsters in this world too? Well, considering that I am one, then it's not so strange. I also remember that boy, Takashi, mentioning that he saw monsters killing people on the news. Was he referring to these things? The guy leans forward and takes a deep breath. As if he's sniffing the air. Then his gaze locks directly onto me. Did he see me? I didn't hide. His cheeks spread into a smile. That smile made me want to run. I thought I smelled a human. But you're not human, are you? Are you a ghoul too? You're not a ghoul. Interesting. Chapter 2, Chapter 0 to 1354 words. I thought I smelled a human. But you're not human, are you? Are you a ghoul too? You're not a ghoul. Interesting. That name sounds familiar. Isn't that a term used in some stories? I think they're demons or something. Creatures that eat human flesh. May God have mercy on this zombie soul. A wet, disgusting sound echoes in the night. An elongated object explodes from his back. The object resembles pulsating flesh. It opens further, and I see that they are all joined by a crimson mass that unfolds like butterfly wings. But it pulses and is quite disgusting. I think I'm going to throw up the meat I ate earlier. The ghoul drops from the pole. Or rather, he uses those strange wings to launch himself in my direction. He's fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrives in front of my house. Interesting. I don't know what you are exactly, but... He licks his lips as his red eyes scan me from head to toe. You smell delicious. My legs tense as Mr. Ghoul approaches the broken window. I take a step back. Surprisingly, I don't feel afraid despite seeing a monster in front of me. Maybe it's because I'm a monster too, or maybe my zombie brain doesn't process fear properly. What I mean is, the reason I step back is not because I'm afraid, but because that pulsating wing is too disgusting. I wonder. He takes another step and jumps through the window that had no glass. What you'll taste like. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not food, you know. I protest as I take another step back. The ghoul raises an eyebrow. You speak. Of course I speak. What did you expect? That I would growl like an animal? Well, I am capable of growling, but that's not the point here. The ghoul's tongue comes out and slowly runs over his lips. You talk. And yet you are dead. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. How does he know I'm dead? Ah, it must be his sense of smell. Ghouls seem to have keen senses. The thing behind him moves. And a second later, the ghoul disappears from my sight. He appears right in front of me. I don't have time to react. His hand grabs my face tightly. His fingers dig into my cheeks and he throws me against the wall of the house. The impact echoes throughout the house as my body buries itself deep into the wall. Plaster cracks and pieces of cement fall. Dust enters my nose and fills my lungs. Oh right, my lungs don't work, but I still use them out of habit. I make that sound. It doesn't hurt, but it's uncomfortable. Like when you sit in a weird position and your body feels all twisted. I crawl out of the hole and stand up while shaking the dust off my clothes. Ghoul tilts his head. Interesting. You didn't break. I spit out cement dust. I have a good body. My body is more resilient than normal humans. My bones are denser and my muscles don't tear easily, so I'm hard to break. The ghoulman flashes a perverted smile. Oh, you sure do. I want to eat you even more now. I'm not gay. I look at him with disgust. Why do all monsters have to sound like perverts? I hope I don't turn out like that. At that moment, the veins on his back light up red and purple. What the hell? Don't tell me that thing shoots laser beams. The air vibrates and the crowd tenses up. It's clear that it's going to attack. I have to play on the slide tomorrow. Red spikes shoot out rapidly from the wing. They are sharp and about 10 centimeters long each. Like flying knives. At the speed the projectiles are moving, they could easily pierce a car. Yowa ayowa. It's going to leave me looking like Swiss cheese. I start running quickly in circles around the room. But some projectiles pierce my torso. One pierces my leg. 2 more in my right arm. But because it doesn't hurt, I don't slow down. I keep running like a headless chicken. I don't want to die. Well, I'm already dead, but I don't want to be dead anymore. After a few minutes, Mr. Ghoul's attack stops. There are several holes in the walls of my house, in the ceiling, and in the floor. Everything is destroyed. You destroyed my house. I yell angrily at the ghoul. This is my shitty hole. You can't come and destroy it whenever you feel like it. The ghoul looks at me with amusement. But then I feel something strange as my stomach churns. Grumble. I'm hungry. Especially when I look at the ghoul. That thought disgusts and scares me. What am I thinking? Want to eat him. But I realize that it's not normal hunger. It's hunger for something strong. My body seems to recognize the ghoul as a source of energy, and my body wants that energy. Grumble. My stomach growls louder. Ghoul smiles. So you have an appetite too. He looks at my wounds with interest. You dodged most of my projectiles. But look at those holes. You're a talking, walking dead kid, but you don't have super regeneration like us ghouls. The holes in my torso and leg show no signs of healing. In fact, it's been like this since I was born. I have to be careful not to hurt myself because even a simple scratch takes weeks to close. Holes that pierce my body will probably take years to heal. My expression darkens. Seeing myself like this, I think I can't show myself to Ray. She would be scared and call me a monster like everyone else. It looks like I'll lose my new friend the day after I made her. But I stop thinking about that. I have to find a way to face Mr. Ghoul and get out alive. Grumble. My stomach growls even louder, as if it were screaming. The wings on the ghoul's back twist again, and he opens his mouth to speak with an expression of ecstasy. Well, that was fun. But it's time to end this. Then I let my zombie instinct take over. My fingers stiffen, my muscles tense, and my jaw locks. There was only one thought in my mind, and that thought is hunger. I lunge at the ghoul with my hands outstretched toward his neck. That was fast. The ghoul looks surprised. But just before I reach it, whoosh. His wings move and hit me in the side. I fly across the room and crash into the old mattress. The broken wooden leg of the bed pierces my thigh. I think for a moment, pull it out of my thigh, and throw it under the bed. When I lift my head, I see that Mr. Ghoul is already on top of me. Interesting. Very interesting. His eyes shine with excitement. The more I see you, the more I want to eat you. Well, you can't. I kick him in the chest with all my strength. I hear the sound of bones breaking as the ghoul takes a few steps back. You've got strength. There are disgusting sounds of bones rubbing against each other. I guess that's what Mr. Ghoul called super regeneration. He healed his broken bones in a matter of seconds. I envy that ability. I get up quickly and feel that my zombie instincts are now in full control. I'm not thinking clearly. I want to eat you first. Those disgusting words come out of my mouth. Then may the best monster win. Chapter 3, Chapter 031708 words for every 100 power stones, there will be a bonus chapter. Ghoul is standing in front of me with a smile from ear to ear. In fact, it's the happiest face I've ever seen in my 2 lifetimes. And the reason he's happy is because of me. That sounds disgusting. If it were a pretty girl smiling at me like that, I'd be happy, and knowing that I'm the reason would make me even happier. But it's a damn ugly ghoul. I want to rip my eyes out. Well, I'm not far from that point because I'm a mess. My right arm is stuck in the wall. I fell apart like a doll. Sounds silly, right? But when I threw all my strength into hitting him and Mr. Ghoul dodged it, my fist slammed into the concrete wall. And the ghoul took advantage of that moment to cut off my arm with his disgusting flesh wing. It was as easy as cutting butter. I'm sad about my arm because it was my favorite arm. It was my companion in my previous life, as I used that hand to strangle my little brother on lonely nights. By the way, I can't use it in the same way in this life since I'm a zombie, but still. That aside, I also have several wounds all over my body. Holes, cuts, deep scratches caused by projectiles. In the end, I couldn't escape my fate of looking like Swiss cheese. Ghoul is unharmed, and I don't see a scratch on him. Because he's much stronger than me, and he has that damn regenerative ability. It's not fair. Humans are really delicious, you know. The ghoul licks his lips. They're the only food ghouls have. But you smell better than humans. It's a shame you're a child. You probably don't have much meat on you, but anyway. Oops, I'm salivating, sorry, hee hee. Oh, what a nice guy. I'm going to kill him. Then I stagger, roll my eyes, and let my knees give way. I can't take it anymore. I use my weakest voice and I really sound pathetic. Please forgive me, Ghoul-san. I let myself fall backwards onto the bed. My body hits the floor. Ha 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 ha. Ghoul lets out a laugh. Forgive you? There's no way I'm forgiving you. From the beginning, this area is my hunting ground. And I have to go out to eat, right? It's only natural. You were just unlucky to be here. I hear his footsteps approaching. I show an expression of horror, my eyes widen, and my lips tremble. My hand reaches under the bed. At the same time, my fingers touch the broken wooden leg that I had hidden there about 15 minutes ago. I had kept it, thinking it might be useful in battle. Please. Don't eat me. I'll do anything. I continue to beg as I grip the wooden leg tightly. It seems that my expression of horror made Mr. Ghoul happy. He looks satisfied and proud, as that's normal, right? When a predator corners its prey and is sure of its victory. Don't eat me. I'm sure I don't taste good. That's right. My flesh tastes like rotten meat. Mr. Ghoul crouches down in front of me. Rotten meat. No, no, no. You smell very good, and your flesh must be very delicious. I know you're dead, but you should also know that we ghouls feed on dead humans. That's not possible. I show panic on my face. It's disappointing, you know. I thought you'd hold out longer. Maybe you lacked. He doesn't finish speaking. Because I smile and stick my tongue out at him. Surprise, idiot. I jump forward as my left hand lifts the leg of the bed, which is splintered at the tip. The ghoul opens his eyes in surprise. And then the wood sinks deep into his right eye. It comes out the back with his brain matter hanging from the tip. Gaia wah. Ghoul lets out a horrible scream. You better shut up. I'm afraid the neighbors will hear you and think I'm slaughtering a pig in my house. Then I kick him in the mouth. Teeth fly out of his mouth and fall to the floor before rolling away. His body twists backward, taking the embedded foot with it. Blood drips down his cheek as the wing on his back goes haywire, moving aimlessly. With a smile on my face, I kick his head a couple more times. I'm becoming a sadist. That's bad. Damn piece of corpse. The ghoul curses me between gurgles of blood. I laugh chillingly as I kick him again. I grab him by the hair and throw him on his stomach. At that moment, when he turns his face over his shoulder, I see his other eye open wide with fear. He finally understands and finally realizes that he is going to die. Then I step hard on his back and with my left hand, I grab the flap of flesh sticking out there. And I pull. Ripper. The flap is torn from his back and makes a wet, horrifying sound. It seems that thing was connected to Mr. Ghoul's spine, because even his vertebrae come out attached to that mass of pulsating flesh. Woogya. His scream is even louder this time. Ghoul stops screaming and collapses forward like a puppet without strings. I kick him a couple more times. Just to be sure, I pick up a stick from the ground and poke him in the cheek. He doesn't react. Ah, he's dead. I look at the ghoul's corpse, hoping to feel something. Feelings like guilt, remorse, or horror at having killed someone. But I feel absolutely nothing. Is it because I'm a zombie? Or is it because he tried to kill me first? I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. Or am I worried that I don't care? Only now do I realize that I no longer feel hungry when I look at his body. But when I look at the wings of flesh in my hand that have become inert, grumble. My stomach growls. So I'm not hungry for the ghoul's body, but for this thing. Grumble. My stomach growls so loudly that it's quite disgusting to hear. The wing of flesh in my hand is red, pulsating, covered in blood, and with vertebrae still attached to it. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. It can't be. I have to eat this, right? My stomach responds by growling even louder. I close my eyes and exhale through my nose, bringing the wing to my mouth. Not only does it look horrible, it smells horrible too. I open my mouth and take a bite. If you expected me to say it was delicious, you're wrong. Because it's disgusting. It tastes like mud mixed with iron and something bitter. The texture is chewy and stringy. But I eat it anyway. At that moment, when I swallow it, my stomach feels warm. It's the first time I've felt something like this since I became a zombie. It's warm. It's so warm. Like eating hot soup on a winter day. Like sitting in front of a fireplace. Like I feel alive again. Tears come out of my eyes. It's warm. I start to eat more. The warmth in my stomach slowly spreads throughout my body. The sensation reaches my fingers, then my hand and my left arm. It travels down my leg, concentrates in my chest, and then reaches my head. Everything feels warm. Then I notice that the holes in my body are starting to close up before my very eyes. Even the scars I accidentally caused in the past are disappearing. What is this? Is it possible that while I eat this wing, my regeneration? It can't be. Before I finish eating, I run to my arm embedded in the wall. I pull it out and place it against my right stump. Then I go back to eating the chicken wing. The heat slides from my stomach to my stump. It seems that my body senses the biggest wound and concentrates all the heat there to prioritize healing it. Because it seems to be working, I feel a tickling sensation in my arm. I see the tissues twisting and joining together like filaments at the same time as my bone melts and fuses. After a few minutes, my arm is completely joined together as my skin seals. It worked. My arm is back. I move my fingers, arms, and shoulder. Everything works perfectly. By the time I finish eating the entire wing, I realize that only a few minor wounds remain on my body. The large holes have closed, and the deep wounds are now superficial scratches. It didn't heal me completely. And although it's much slower than when I was eating the wing, I realize that even after the heat subsided, I'm still healing little by little. My natural regeneration increased after eating that part of the ghoul. If I eat these parts, I can get more regeneration. It's an important discovery because if I start hunting ghouls and eat these organs that come out of their backs, it's possible that someday, I'll also have ghoul super regeneration. That said, in about 2 days I'll be completely healed. That's good because it's much better than the months I needed before with my normal zombie regenerative ability. I look at the corpse of Mr. Thank you, Mr. for feeding me. I bow respectfully. Then I turn my head to look around my destroyed house. Apart from the holes in the walls, there was also broken furniture and blood everywhere. I need to clean this up. If any neighbors pass by and smell something strange, they will investigate and undoubtedly call the police. So I also need to get rid of the corpse. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 4, Chapter 0 For 12.99 words. I had placed the ghoul's dead body in a black bag before carrying it on my shoulders through the streets. It's not as heavy as I thought. Or maybe I'm stronger than I thought. Although I chose to walk where the light from the houses or streetlights didn't reach. The shadows are my friends tonight. I carried it far away. I walked and walked until my legs led me to a large trash can in a dark alley. And I threw it in there. The sound of the body falling into the container echoes in the alley. I wipe my hands, quite satisfied with that. Now I just have to clean the house, and when I say that, I mean clean up the blood. There's a lot of blood. On the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. When I pulled out the ghoul's wings, his blood had splattered everywhere, so my house is now a mess. That said, it's not just the blood, as there are still many holes in the ceiling and walls from the ghoul's attacks. That's going to be a problem. I need to get some wood or something to cover them up. Maybe I can borrow some materials from a nearby construction site. The next day arrives. The sun is shining brightly when I leave my house. After borrowing a piece of meat from a butcher shop and being chased by a lady with a broom shouting, "Thief!" I hide in an alley and stuff the raw meat into my mouth, tearing it apart with my teeth. That should be enough to stave off hunger until nightfall. But the meat tastes a little worse now, or rather, I can even say it tastes much worse. Is it because it's old meat? Or is it because the butcher doesn't know how to cook? Wait, it's not cooked. I don't know, it just tastes bad. It felt like my body was rejecting it. How strange. I walk through the city looking for ghouls. I want to hunt them down and devour the organs that come out of their backs. Those disgusting wings of flesh. If I gain enough regeneration, I probably wouldn't be any different from a human, right? That thought motivates me. I ignore the adults who hide their children from me when I walk down the street. Mom, that kid looks weird. Don't look at him. I see that kind of scene every day, so I don't care anymore. That's a lie. I do care, but I pretend I don't. The afternoon arrives and I go to yesterday's square. Ray is already waiting for me. She is sitting on the swing, swinging her legs. When she sees me, her eyes light up. She runs towards me with a big smile. You're late. I've been busy. Ray then notices the adhesive bandages on my face, causing her expression to change to one of concern. Did you hurt yourself? Does it hurt? I hurt myself a little. But it doesn't hurt at all. Since I haven't fully regenerated yet, I covered up the visible wounds, because the flesh under my skin is a little darker than that human's. Ray frowns and her cheeks puff up. It was other bad kids, right? Don't worry, Arida. I'll protect you. Seeing her put her hands on her hips, I laugh. She's too cute. What's so funny? Ray is embarrassed. I raise my hand and move it toward her head. But then my hand freezes before touching her. I remember that these hands were stained. I had killed someone. Well, a ghoul. But still. I don't want to touch Ray's head with these hands. It's nothing. I'm just amused by your angry face. I lower my hand. In fact, I felt happy when Ray showed concern for me. When she said she would protect me. Although I know it's not possible. She's a normal human after all, plus she's a 6 or 7-year-old girl. In any case, I would be the one to protect her if she ever needed help. After all, there are ghouls out there. Why did you stop? Weren't you going to touch my head? Ray tilts her head and looks dissatisfied for a few seconds. Then she smiles and takes my hand before pulling me toward the seesaw. Let's play. We play for about 5 hours. The games are quite different as there is the seesaw, the slide, the bars, and the swings. Ray laughs all the time. I laugh too, although my laughter sounds a little strange. The sun is no longer as hot as it was at noon as it is setting. After Ray gets tired, we sit on the swing and rest. Why are you biting your finger? Ray asks me suddenly. I feel quite disgusted at that moment because when I look at my friend, I feel hungry. That thought scares me. To be honest, it's the biggest scare I've had in my 2 lives. I bite my finger to make the hunger go away. That didn't happen before when I looked at humans. They just made me feel indifferent. Is it possible that devouring parts of ghouls has made me hungry for human flesh? I remember then that this morning the meat tasted much worse than usual. And I think that's why. Ghouls can only eat human flesh. Am I turning into a ghoul? Are you feeling sick? Ray is concerned when she sees my anxious face and comes closer to look at me. I have the urge to push her away to protect her, but then I restrain myself and put on a smile. I'm just tired. She reaches out and touches my face gently. Your skin is quite cold, you know. And besides, your smile is always stiff. Then she molds my face with her small hands, stretching my cheeks upward. You have to smile like this. All of this only makes my hunger grow more and more with every passing second. Grumble. My stomach growls so loudly that even Ray hears it. She is surprised and then laughs. You must eat, Arida. I'm hungry. Then she puts on a sad expression. I had a lot of fun today. But tomorrow is Monday and I can't come. Classes start again. What school do you go to, Arida? Ray opens her red eyes wide. Not studying is bad. You should study. Why don't you study? I feel a little embarrassed, so I rub the back of my head. I don't know how to answer that question. My situation is complicated and I can't study right now. Ray looks me up and down. Is it because of your appearance? She looks at me carefully. You are a little strange, actually. Is it because of bullying? Those silly kids. You don't have to worry about them, Arida. Because to me you're cute. Ray blushes intensely. And when we're adults, I wouldn't mind marrying you. I'm speechless. Ray realizes what she just said, and her face turns even redder. I won't be able to see you until Sunday. She says quickly before jumping away from me and starting to run. I watch her fleeing back. But I see her running back. My house is on the corner of 15th Street. That way we could see each other more often. Then she runs away again, embarrassed. As I watch her disappear from the park, I feel even more guilty inside for being hungry when I look at her. I slap my cheeks hard. I can't think about eating her. Chapter 5, Chapter 05. And so time passed. In a week, I will be 10 years old. Well, I don't know exactly when I was born into this world. But I go by the date of my previous life. During that time, I often see Ray. We have a pretty good friendship. When I go to her house, even Ray's father is kind to me. He's a big man with a serious face, but he smiles when he sees me. I also made a new friend. A girl named Saya. She has pink hair and is very smart. Oh, she's very tsundere. But it doesn't bother me because I find her adorable. That said, a few years ago I realized why the name Rei Miyamoto was familiar. Meeting Saya only strengthened that conclusion. It turns out I was born in High School of the Dead. Unlike the anime, however, everyone is real. Another difference is that this place is not in Tokunosu, where the anime takes place, but in Tokyo. It's supposed to be a world that will one day be invaded by zombies. And there are ghouls in the middle of it all. Do I have to worry about that? I don't know since I'm a zombie myself. By the way, I haven't encountered any other ghouls since then. Although some men with briefcases came last year to inspect the place. I hid from them because I heard them talking about hunting a ghoul. The last attack was around here. Do you think it's still in the area? If they found me, I would probably get into trouble because I don't know if they would classify me as a ghoul or something more dangerous, so I decided to hide, as I have always done since I was literally less than a year old. In any case, since I didn't find any ghouls, I couldn't devour their organs to further increase my natural regeneration. That's why I've been practicing how to look more alive. I look at myself in the piece of broken mirror. My skin is still pale. However, I've discovered that if I expose myself to the sun regularly, the color improves a little, and I no longer look like a walking corpse. My eyes are still problematic since they shine in a cloudy and dull way instead of shining like humans. So I've been wearing blue contact lenses that I borrowed from a store. That helps quite a bit in looking human. My gray hair is also a little long. It already reaches my shoulders because I don't cut it, and that made Ray always tell me to cut it. But I don't have the money to go to a barber, and I don't know how to cut it myself either. Above all, I don't smell like rotten meat despite being a zombie. I don't decompose like a normal corpse. Honestly, I don't fully understand how my body works. Even since I was born, I was stronger than others. That's why I was able to survive as an abandoned baby. I'd say the biggest problem I faced back then was finding food. But hey, there's nothing alive that I can't eat. And although it disgusts me to say it myself, I grew up devouring rats in the alleys while hiding so that no one would find me. Let's stop thinking about such disgusting things. On that night, I'm dirty. I played with Saya and Ray in the park today. Thinking about that, I go to the stream not far away. Every night I come here to bathe. The stream is crystal clear and reflects the stars on its surface. It is located about 100 meters from the main street. I undress and jump into the river. It's a shame I don't feel the cold water on my skin that has lost its sensitivity. After bathing, I put on my clothes and lie down on the grass looking at the sky. Sometimes I wake up here while looking at the stars since I'm not sleepy anyway and don't need to sleep. The stars are shining. Why are the stars green? They're falling. Small green balls fall gently from the sky. As they get closer, I realize that there are many of them, and that they are falling in different parts of the city. What is that? Two fall near me on the grass. Those balls dissolve and reveal something that looks like a worm inside. One worm in each ball. Those worms are green and glow fluorescently in the night. They are about the size of a thumb, and after a second or two, they begin to wriggle. And then, immediately, the two crawl across the ground incredibly fast toward me. I sit up quickly and see them jumping at an alarming speed. All I could do was cross my arms in front of my face as they aimed for my face. A worm enters my arm, piercing my skin and flesh. I see it crawling under my flesh as my skin bulges as it climbs higher and higher. The other one enters through my nose. I stop it with 2 fingers. The worm writhes violently but still enters my finger, crawling under my skin until it pierces my flesh. I can feel it moving up my arm. What the hell? This is bad, really bad. What are those things? And more importantly, what are they going to do to me? Chapter 6, Chapter 06 1167 words for every 100 power stones, there will be a bonus chapter. I see my skin bulging as worms crawl beneath the flesh of my arm. It's like watching a snake move under a sheet. If I were still human and my body was functioning properly, I'm sure I'd have goosebumps right now. My skin would itch like crazy. Oh, and I'd probably throw up too. It's pretty disgusting to have worms crawling around inside your body, you know. This reminds me of something. The first anime I saw in my other life. Of course, I don't remember everything because my memories are vague and blurry. But I have a special fondness for that anime. What was it called? Parasyte. Something. In that series, some aliens fall from the sky in the form of spores, and inside are worms that. Those worms fall in different parts of the world and enter the first living thing they find nearby, and then. Oi, oi, oi. Isn't this situation? My face grows darker as I continue to think. That's exactly what's happening to me. If I remember correctly, the purpose of those worms is to reach the brain of the living being. To devour their brain from within, and take over the host's head. If the worms take over my head, then I will die. Well, more dead than I already am. And the alien will take my identity. My face, my voice, and my entire body. With my identity, the parasite will approach Rei and Saya. It will see them as food. The idea of Rei smiling at my body but not at me. The idea of Saya insulting me in its Sundara way, but actually talking to the parasite and not to me. That really scares me. It will also put them in danger because the parasites in that anime like to feed on humans. They hunt them, kill them, and devour them. First ghouls and now parasites. Personally, I prefer vampires. Then I can find a cute vampire, and just make her fall in love with me until she becomes Yandere. As I lose myself in that fantasy, the worms are already climbing up to my neck. I can feel them crawling under my skin like little slimy snakes. In the next instant, they reach my head. I'm a zombie. Thinking that way, I shrug my shoulders and raise my hand to my head. I point my finger at my temple and then I pierce my head with my own finger. At first, it's a little difficult to get in because I feel something hard in front. I apply a little force and push it in quite deep. I've reached the bottom. The inside feels moist and warm. I feel it wriggling around me. Wait. It's not that kind of hentai scene, I swear. I rummage around inside my head and hear wet sounds. Is this what it feels like to stir pudding with your fingers? I've never tried it. Where are you hiding, little worm? You foo. I laugh sinisterly as I move my finger inside my brain. I feel soft, slimy things. And then, there it is. Soon after, I find something moving violently and pull it out with a jerk. It's a worm. Bright green in color, it keeps wriggling in my hand. I won't let you escape. Then I pierce my head on the other side without hesitation. The other worm was already in front of my brain, almost reaching its target. I grab it too before it can do anything. These worms communicate through frequencies, apparently, since that would explain why when it's too close to my brain, I feel its confusion and panic. I don't understand exactly what they're saying, but at the same time I do. It's weird. Something like this, active brain. Where is it? Why are there no proper neural signals? What is this host? I'm a zombie, thanks for asking. I guess my brain isn't active in the way a normal human's is. There are no normal electrical signals and no typical brain activity. The worm sends me its panic and frustration in frequency waves that tickle my brain before I grab it completely and pull it out in one go. Now I have two perfectly round holes in my head. Will I be able to see inside myself if I look in a mirror? Something like gray brains, white bones, and slimy stuff. Disgusting. Let's stop thinking about that. I look down curiously at the worms in my hand. They writhe violently, trying to escape. But I don't let them go. You-foo. Instead, I laugh as I rub my thumb with my index finger, crushing the worms in between. I crush them just a little because I don't want to kill them right away. But I guess this amount of force is enough to hurt them and make them suffer. At that moment, as I watch them writhe in agony, I feel hungry. I recently ate raw chicken, so it's not normal hunger. It's hunger for energy. Exactly the same as when I had found the ghoul and focused on its pulsating wing of flesh. I tilt my head to one side as I continue to rub the worms, which seem to become more and more uncomfortable with each passing second. I am glad to see their suffering. I smile broadly as I slowly torture them. I'm being sadistic again. It's definitely bad. I should probably be concerned about my mental health. A few minutes later, I realize that the worms have died. They stopped moving and became limp. During that time, my stomach growled constantly. Should I eat these things? I look at them with obvious disgust on my face. They don't look appetizing at all. They're green, slimy, covered in my own black blood and brain matter. I don't know what effects eating them will have on me, nor do I know if it's convenient for me to do so. Well, since my stomach is demanding food so insistently, there's not much I can do about it. I just hope the same thing doesn't happen to me as when I ate the ghoul's wing. Since then, I've had a constant craving for human flesh. It's absolutely terrible to feel hungry when I look at my two cute friends every time we see each other. It's a torture I've suffered for all these years. I bite my fingers, I bite my lips, I bite my tongue. I always do these things to distract myself from the horrible hunger I feel when I'm around them. So it's terrible. I don't recommend it. If I had to rate it, it would be a 0/10. I hope this doesn't make things worse. Then I close my eyes and put the two worms in my mouth. Chapter 7, Chapter 0714, 01 words for every 100 power stones, there will be a bonus chapter. They're cold and slippery against my tongue. I taste them curiously, wondering if they'll have some exotic flavor. Let's see. Yes, they taste like unflavored gelatin. Disappointing. They slowly slide down my throat and reach my stomach. I wait a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing's going to happen. I shouldn't have spoken so soon because I feel heat. More like, I feel fire burning in my stomach. I've never had the fortune of drinking lava from a volcano, but I guess this is the closest I'll ever get to experiencing it. Gaha. I writhe on the grassy ground by the stream, clutching my stomach with both hands. This is karma slapping me in the face after I played with those worms like a sadistic bastard. The heat spreads from my stomach to my chest, up my arms, down my legs, and finally to my head. This is different from when I ate the ghoul's wing. I remember that feeling warm and comforting. It even made me feel alive for the first time. This makes me feel alive too. I feel pain. I can feel pain. It's a horrible feeling, but at the same time wonderful because it means my body is responding as a living body should. I feel the pain in every fiber of my being. Then I feel the heat concentrating especially on my head. I bring my hand to my skull because of the damn stabbing pain, and feel something strange under my fingers. Are the holes closing? Ah, right. Eating the ghoul's wing even allowed me to reattach my favorite arm when Mr. Ghoul ripped it off. So this must be the same thing, right? At high speed, the bones of my skull reassemble with clicking sounds. The flesh covers them like little worms intertwining with each other before my skin completely covers it. In less than a minute, my head is completely healed with no scars or marks to indicate that I pierced my skull with my own fingers. The concentration of heat moves down from my head to my shoulders. It moves down my arm and stops at my 2 hands, where the heat intensifies even more. Shortly after, the heat disappears completely. I am confused by everything that just happened, and want to scratch my head to process it all. But at that moment, what is this? I let out a scream and am so startled that I almost fall backwards. The reason is because the 5 fingers on my right hand have transformed into sharp blades. They are not my normal fingers, as they are knives coming out of where my fingers should be. They seem to be made of white metal or something similar because in the moonlight they reflect on the 5 blades. The other 5 fingers on my other hand have also transformed. No, 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 no. I quickly wave my hands in front of my face in panic. If I go around town like this, I'll surely be arrested and taken to some secret government laboratory. They might even chase me as if I were some kind of failed experiment. After all, it would be very easy to discover that I'm not human if I have damn knives instead of fingers. As I desperately think about cutting off my hands to hide the fact that I'm a monster, the blades retract inward and my hand returns to normal. It seems to work according to my intentions. To test that theory, I think about bringing them out again and the flesh on the back of my hand and palm loses consistency and turns into a hard material that attaches to the blades. My fingers are completely sharp and about 15 centimeters long. In addition, they are 4 centimeters wide and barely 5 millimeters thick. Fu-fu-fu. You-fu-fu. I laugh because I've gained a weapon integrated into my body. Then I ask myself an important question as I look at my transformed hands. What am I now? I'm not human. But I'm not completely a zombie anymore either. I ate parts of a ghoul and gained slightly faster regeneration. Now I ate alien parasites and gained retractable knives that replace my fingers whenever I want. What the hell am I turning into? A zombie that ate a ghoul and then swallowed alien parasites. If someone asks me my name next time, I'll introduce myself as Frankenstein. Anyway, I take a closer look at the blades. They're very thin despite being long. I think they might not be very durable even though they have a shiny, terrifying edge. Maybe they'll break easily if I hit something hard. I look at a nearby tree and decide to test how good or bad this new weapon is. I need to know if I can trust it or if it's just for show. But when I take a step toward the tree to get closer, my vision blurs. No, I don't feel weak, and I haven't fainted. I just moved too fast. A second ago I was several feet away from the tree, but the next second my head is buried deep in the trunk with a horrible sound. My skull is broken. I don't feel any pain. The tree makes a crunching sound and begins to slowly lean over before falling with a crash that shakes the ground. I am speechless as I stare at the fallen tree in front of me. What just happened? I try to get up from the ground, placing my hand where my knife fingers had automatically retracted. But the ground gives way under my hand. It feels like beach sand instead of compact earth. I grab the trunk of the fallen tree for better support, and my fingers dig into the hard texture. Pieces of bark and splinters fall to the ground. It can't be. It seems that consuming those disgusting worms not only gave me retractable blades. It also made my body extremely resilient, gave me superhuman speed, and absurd strength. I briefly recall the Parasyte anime I watched in my previous life. I remember that when the parasite named Migi partially fused with the protagonist to heal him from a fatal wound, it made his body much stronger. The protagonist could jump very high and punch walls until they collapsed. It seems that by eating 2 parasites of that type instead of just merging with one, the effect was completely absurd and exaggerated. This is incredible. I pull the blades out of my fingers when I decide to test them on the trunk of the fallen tree. I lowered my hand carefully this time. After all, I didn't want to move too fast. It would be very sad if I cut myself in 2. Sheesh. The blades cut through the trunk. The cut wasn't noticeable, but the top of the trunk slid off without resistance. My claws didn't break, they didn't even bend or lose their edge. I remove the blades and they become my normal fingers again. Then I take them out again. Then I remove them. Over and over again, testing the mechanism. This is great. This is really great. What should I call you? Yes, this is a good name. Knife fingers. I know it's not a very good name, but don't judge me, okay? I'm a poor zombie with an unstable memory. A smile forms on my face. Foo 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 foo. I laugh alone in the forest by the stream, as I admire my new abilities. I probably look like a villain laughing after gaining new power. But I don't care at all. This world is very dangerous. But now I feel like I can protect myself and protect Ray and Saya if necessary. I'm not weak anymore. Then suddenly I think of one thing. The parasites. What if those parasites fall near Ray or Saya and turn them into their hosts? With that terrifying thought, I decide to go investigate as I start running. Crack. Ah, I forgot about my new strength. I knocked down some trees along the way. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 8, Chapter 08. 1670 for words for every 100 power stones, there will be a bonus chapter. My physical strength is really difficult to keep under control. Every movement I make has to be carefully calculated, or I end up destroying things unintentionally. Even so, I'm pretty fast. The scene around me blurs as I run through the deserted streets at night. The lampposts pass by like streaks of light, and the houses. Well, all I see is a blur of movement, so I can't describe much. Then I see a house right in front of me. And I realize something. I'm going to crash into it. If I crash at this speed, I'll go right through the wall. I'll probably end up in the living room of some family who will be sleeping peacefully. It's too late to stop now. My legs are moving too fast. So I curse and jump with all my might without thinking about the consequences. Crack. The street beneath my feet shatters like glass as cracks spread in all directions, forming a small crater where I was standing. And I shoot upward. Even higher. Seeing that I'm too high, I wave my arms frantically in panic. Shit, shit, shit. But I'm not a bird. You know how I realize that? Because I don't have wings. So I'm still a mutated zombie. Gravity does its thing, and pushes me down mercilessly. Whoom. I fall heavily onto the roof of a house. Luckily, the roof doesn't break and I don't fall through it. That would have been really embarrassing if I had been found. How would I explain it to the police in that case? Ah, right, it doesn't hurt. Damn cats. Stop running around on the roof. I hear an old man cursing in the house below me. He sounds very angry and sleepy. I'm not a cat, sir. I shout those words. There is silence. Then more shouting. What the hell? Who's there? I'm sorry. I run again before the old man comes out with a shotgun or something. I jump off the roof and land on another roof of the house next door. Then I jump to another. And another. It seems that jumping from roof to roof is helping me understand my superhuman strength a little better. I'm learning to control how much force to put into each jump so I don't fly off. Foo-foo-foo. Soon I'm laughing in the night as I run and jump like a grasshopper. I find it fun to jump from one roof to another because it's liberating. Soon I arrive at Ray's house after jumping across the rooftops, and getting scolded a couple of times by people who mistook me for a cat. The house in front of me is not much different from the surrounding houses, even though Ray's father is a police officer. It is a two-story house with white walls and a dark roof. However, it has more security than the other houses in the neighborhood. The wall surrounding it is high, probably about 3 meters, and I can see that the windows have bars. Ray's father takes his family's safety seriously. But for me, with my new physical powers, jumping over the wall is easy. I jump and land in the backyard. My feet touch the grass softly despite having jumped 3 meters high. I'm getting better at controlling my strength. At that moment, I peek through the glass windows where Ray's father's room should be. I see that the window is slightly open. It makes sense. It's winter, but tonight it's hot weather after all. However, I think that in this situation, it's very risky to leave windows open at night. I don't want my friend's father's head to be eaten by worms. Ray would be devastated if that happened. She would cry a lot. And surely the parasite would kill her to keep its identity secret. Thinking about this with concern, I look into the darkness of the room using my enhanced vision. I see a strongly built man sleeping in the bed. His breathing is deep and regular. He doesn't seem to be possessed by a parasite, as there are no strange movements, and there are no glowing worms crawling on his body. I sigh in relief and silently jump through the open window into the room. Then I close the window carefully to make sure no damn worms get in. My footsteps make no noise as I walk through the dark room. I have greatly improved in controlling my weight and movements. However, I still struggle to control my absurd strength. Sighing internally, I grab the door handle and do my best not to rip it off by mistake. I turn it very carefully as my arms tense up. Calm down, arm. Don't use too much force. We're in a police officer's room. I'm not a thief, but still. I feel a little bad entering someone else's house at night. But it's for my friend's sake. There's nothing wrong with that. As I said those silly words to myself in my mind, the door opens without making the slightest sound. Then I step out into the hallway, closing the door behind me. I've been inside Ray's house a few times when his father invited me over for lunch. He's a good man. He always treats me kindly, even though other adults look at me with fear. That's why I know where Ray's room is. I walk quietly down the hallway, clenching my fists nervously. I don't know what I would do if I found Ray not being Ray, but a parasite who took her identity. I'd probably go crazy. The door to her room is locked from the inside. I can see the pink light from her night lamp seeping under the door. One of my fingers transforms into a knife. I insert that transformed finger into the lock and carefully turn it. A lock pick integrated into my body. With this, it's easy to break in. I mean, meow. Just then, I hear something inside the room. My senses also became very sharp after eating the 2 alien worms. That's why I can now hear the sound of something wet sliding on fabric. It's the sound of the worms. My face wrinkles in horror, and I quickly open the door without worrying about making noise. On the pink bed with sheets decorated with bunnies, a girl with orange-brown hair sleeps as moonlight streams in through the open window. It's Ray, my first friend in this world. She has helped me a lot in not trying to kill myself. But my eyes quickly spot a green worm emitting a fluorescent glow. That ugly thing quickly slithers across the pink blanket before dangerously approaching Ray's face. I turn pale. I run over there as fast as I can, destroying the floor. The parasite jumps toward Ray's nose. Did it spot me? I jump too. I need more time. Just as the worm is about to reach her nose, my palm closes around the slimy insect, catching it in midair. Gotcha. I stare coldly at the insect writhing violently in my closed hand, desperately trying to escape. I can feel its panic frequencies. Then I crush it mercilessly. At that moment, Ray opens her eyes to the noise and movement in her room. She rubs her eyes sleepily and looks around in confusion. What was that noise? But she doesn't see me. Because I've already jumped out the window and hidden outside, clinging to the frame and the wall. Tomorrow they'll probably find finger marks digging into the brick. I peek carefully through the window and see her yawning. She looks around her room once more with sleepy eyes. Then she shrugs and lies back down, muttering something about annoying cats. Cats again. They have a bad reputation around here, huh? Within seconds, she's fast asleep again. I breathe a sigh of relief and close the window from the outside carefully so as not to make any noise. I'll have to tell Ray tomorrow that she should close the windows when she sleeps. It's dangerous to leave them open with these parasites falling from the sky. If I hadn't arrived in time, the parasite would have already entered her head. It would have devoured her brain, and Ray would have ceased to exist. Thinking about that, I regret killing the worm in my hand so quickly. It would have been nice to torture it a little more for daring to approach my friend. Anyway, I look at the squashed worm in my palm. It's dead but still glows faintly. I throw it into my mouth and eat it. It tastes the same as the others. I was curious to see if I would receive any additional physical improvements, or gain any new abilities. Some laser beams from my eyes or something cool like that. However, that doesn't happen. I don't feel the burning heat from before. I guess then that it only works at the beginning when you eat the first few parasites. Which is a little disappointing but makes sense. You can't become infinitely stronger by eating infinite worms. That would be absurd even for me. I must hurry to get to Saya. Her house is further away on the wealthy side of city. Probably about 20 minutes running at normal speed. I'm worried that the same thing happened to her as to Ray. That a parasite is trying to get into her head while she sleeps. If I don't get there in time, I'll lose her. And I can't allow that. Let's go. I jump over the wall of Ray's house and start running through the deserted streets at full speed. The world around me becomes blurry. All I can think about is getting there in time. But that doesn't happen because I didn't make it in time. Chapter 9, Chapter 09 1623 words. Saya's house is on high ground in the wealthy part of city, that's why I can see it from afar even as I run at full speed through the streets. Actually, Saya's house isn't a normal house, it's a huge mansion. I remember it has high walls and beautiful gardens. They're a wealthy family, after all. They sometimes appear in the local news. Oh, they also have armed guards patrolling their property. It will be annoying to dodge them without them noticing me entering their property. Thinking that way, I run and pass some cars on the road. I see some of them sway dangerously as I rush past them like a gust of wind. The passengers and drivers rub their eyes in disbelief, looking in their rearview mirrors. Maybe they think they need to go back to sleep since they just saw a human running faster than a moving car. I don't care if they saw me. They can't identify me anyway. I'm just a blur in the darkness of the night. The streets are curved and winding, following the natural geography of the hill. But I don't have time to follow roads, so I jump over a few houses to go in a straight line, completely ignoring the urban layout. I climb up the street, jumping from roof to roof. And as I approach the Takagi estate, I feel something strange in my mind. How can I put it? If I had to describe it, it's like a small dot on a mental map. Like an internal GPS telling me that there's something important there, or rather, something dangerous. That something immediately reminds me of the presence of the parasites. Because when one almost entered my brain, I felt that same annoying frequency vibrating in my head. But I didn't feel that when I was at Ray's house and saw that worm crawling toward her. I only saw it with my enhanced eyes, I didn't feel it with this strange sense. So I think quickly as I jump onto another roof. It's possible that this parasite isn't just a free-roaming worm, but that the parasite already has a host. It has already taken control of a living body. Maybe this is the second ability I gained from eating two parasites. One worm gave me the knife fingers, and the other worm gave me a sensor to detect parasites that already have hosts. It makes sense. Upon reaching that conclusion, I focus more on that annoying feeling in my mind. I close my eyes for a second as I jump and realize that the point marked on my mental GPS points directly to the Takagi estate where Saya lives. Shit. I curse as I jump over another house, breaking some tiles with my feet. I run over a high wall surrounding some property, and then hear sounds that unsettle me. There are gunshots coming from the Takagi estate. That confirms my suspicions. They discovered the host of the Parasyte. And now they're fighting it. I just hope with all my zombie heart that it's not Saya who's possessed. Please don't let it be her. The sound of gunfire grows louder as I get closer. But I also notice that the source of the gunfire is diminishing. There are fewer guns firing now. That's not a good sign, as it means they're losing. Normally, there are armed guards watching over the entrance gates to the Takagi mansion. But now, when I arrive, I don't see any of them at their posts. I quickly cross the open gates without stopping and run forward along the gravel path that leads to the main mansion. Only about 200 meters away, I see flashes of light in the darkness of the night from the gunshots. I find bodies lying on the lawn. They are guards in dark uniforms. All of them have their heads cleanly severed. If I didn't know what really happened, I would think it was the work of a samurai who decapitated them with a single blow. It's terrifying. I ignore them, trying not to think about their faces frozen in expressions of surprise and terror. I run to the front door, which is completely destroyed. I enter through the door and with my enhanced vision, I see everything in slow motion as I focus. In the mansion's large hallway, I see four guards with automatic rifles firing desperately. They form a defensive semicircle. Then I look where they are shooting, and what I see makes me gasp. It's an older man. But his head is unrecognizable, split into long, fleshy tentacles that writhe in the air. And on each tentacle is a razor-sharp blade that glitters in the moonlight illuminating him. Those tentacles move very quickly, producing chilling sounds as they cut through the air. Whoosh! The bullets are deflected by the blades. And from time to time, the blades cut through the barrels of the rifles. They even tear apart the bodies of the guards who can't dodge in time. Sly Europe. A guard falls to the ground screaming as his guts spill out. I look at the Parasyte man more closely, trying to identify him. He is sturdy, tall, wearing a traditional kimono now stained with blood. And among the pieces of human faces attached to the fleshy tentacles, I see eyes that were once normal but now their sparkle has faded, leaving only dull orange eyes. Ah, I see. It's Soichiro Takagi. Saya's father. Thinking this, I sigh with relief despite the horrible situation. It's selfish of me to only care about Saya being okay. I don't care that her father is possessed. I only care that she isn't. I'm probably a bad friend. From time to time, when I came here to visit Saya after meeting her a year ago, I would run into her father in the hallways. He was a rather strict man with an intimidating presence. And I remember that he never once greeted me kindly. He looked at me coldly and suspiciously. Maybe he always distrusted me. Well, I can't blame him. Oto-san. I hear my friend's voice uttering those desperate words. I look past the monster that was once Soichiro Takagi, and see Saya. She is on the wooden floor next to a kneeling woman. The woman has long, elegant purple hair now disheveled along with sad purple eyes. She is bleeding from her legs where she has deep cuts. And Saya is hugging her, crying with tears running down her cheeks. It is Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother. The parasite controlling Soichiro's body kills the three remaining guards with swift movements. Their heads roll across the floor. Then he walks calmly towards Saya and her mother. Saya, seeing her father approaching, screams at him. Oto-san. Please wake up. Even so, her face is completely terrified. She knows her father is no longer there. Her mother Yuriko hugs her protectively with one arm, while with the other she raises a gun and shoots directly at the head of the man who was once her husband. But a tentacle blade easily deflects the bullet with a casual movement. I look down and see that the deflected bullet pierced my chest while I was running. There are better places for the bullet to go. Luckily, I'm a zombie, or else I would have bled to death before fulfilling my mission to save Saya. That would be embarrassing. To die from a stray bullet, slash. Another blade tears through the air with a sharp sound. At the same time, the gun in Yuriko's trembling hand falls to the ground in pieces, having been cut into several pieces. Please don't fight. Saya desperately yells at her mother and father to stop hurting each other. The parasite controlling Soichiro then speaks. No longer recognizes you as a daughter. You are just. The words come out broken and sound like metal being scraped by a needle. Yuriko hugs her daughter tightly, trying to protect her with her own body. She cannot move because her legs are severely injured. Blood pools beneath her. A tear rolls down her cheek. She sees another tentacle blade rise into the air, preparing to attack. It approaches them at breakneck speed, aiming directly for their necks. Yuriko closes her eyes, accepting her death. Saya screams. At that moment, a dark spot appears next to the parasite as if out of nowhere. It is impossible to see who it is because it is very dark below where Saya and her mother are. But the silhouette twists with quick movements and throws a punch with all its strength. Whoosh! The silhouette's hand lands directly on the monster's distorted face. Boom! The parasite is thrown backward at a speed that leaves the sound of the wind exploding in its wake. It crashes through the brick and wooden walls as if they were made of paper. The dark silhouette runs at the same speed it arrived. It grabs the parasite, which has not yet landed, in mid-flight. And it jumps, shattering the glass windows with the sound of breaking glass. Both disappear into the night. Saya and her mother sit in shock, staring at the hole in the wall. What? Saya stammers, not knowing exactly what just happened. Did that silhouette save her? I am that silhouette, obviously. And now I have to fight a parasite that was actually my friend's father. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty. Chapter 10, Chapter 10 1714 words. I run away from the Takagi estate with the parasite's body clutched in my hand. After all, I don't want Saya to find out that I saved her. Because if she sees me and recognizes me, she will come to the inevitable conclusion that I am not human. Someone who moves so fast with that kind of superhuman strength can't be a normal 10-year-old boy. She'll probably think I'm the same kind of being that ate her father's head. A monster that must be exterminated. And I couldn't blame her for thinking that. I squeeze the distorted face of the parasite in my hand and throw it forward with all my strength. Whoosh! The possessed body of Mr. Soichiro traces a perfect straight line in the air and crashes into the trees of the nearby forest. Trunks break like chopsticks and trees in its path fall, raising clouds of dust. Finally, the parasite's body comes to a stop as it violently hits the ground, leaving a small crater there. I walk calmly toward it, my shoes crunching on the broken branches and fallen leaves. I look down at the parasite with a neutral expression. The parasite had instinctively retracted all its tentacles when I hit it so hard. That caused those disgusting pieces of flesh to settle into their respective places. Now I can clearly see Soichiro Takagi's face. He is a middle-aged man with strong, severe features. Short dark hair and a square jaw. If it weren't for his crossed eyes looking in opposite directions, I would think that this is really Soichiro, and not something trying to impersonate him. With one eye looking down and the other looking up disturbingly, the possessed Soichiro slowly stands up. His movements are stiff and remind me of zombies. Interfere with my meal. The distorted voice comes out of his mouth. I won't let you eat my friend, you bastard. I respond by spitting on the ground. Parasyte tilts its head, and its eyes roll independently in their sockets. It repeats those words. The bonds of the host are irrelevant. Are just food. Nothing more. Those words make me think of the times I've thought of humans as food. My two friends Ray and Saya, who look delicious when I look at them, and the constant hunger I feel when I'm around them. In the end, I'm not much different from the monsters. Then I punch Mr. Parasite in the face, sending it to the ground. Crowwalk. The parasite falls backward, kicking up dust. It slowly gets up and tilts its head again. Hey, can you keep your eyes in place? They're scary when they keep spinning around in their sockets. It asks with confusion in its distorted voice. Because I want to hit you. Parasyte stands up completely. It brushes the dust off Soichiro's torn clothes. Aren't human. I feel like you're like us. Let's cooperate. Let's share the meat. There's enough for both of us. I crack my fingers one by one as I smile. I'm not interested. I laugh in that sinister way I've developed lately. I'm more interested in beating you to a pulp. Parasyte stands still for a moment, processing my words. No agreement has been reached. You must be eliminated. Cracks spread across Soichiro's face. They split apart violently, revealing sharp blades inside attached to writhing, fleshy tentacles. Fortunately, they're not wet or slimy tentacles. I murmur, observing the blades. I don't like those kinds of creatures in hentai. They're disgusting. Parasyte doesn't respond to my random comment. Instead, it kindly sends one of its blade tentacles over with the intention of caressing my body. That caress would split me from head to crotch, leaving me in two symmetrical halves. I take a step to the side. Whoosh! I feel the air hit my face as the tentacle passes inches from my nose. At that speed, a normal human, I couldn't follow it. In fact, I myself couldn't follow it if it weren't for the fact that I ate 2 flavorless jelly-flavored worms. That gave me superhuman strength, superhuman senses, and enhanced reflexes. I grab the tentacle with my hand before it can retract. Gruwip. I pull hard on it. Parasyte immediately loses its balance and begins to fall toward me. I pivot on one heel using the momentum and kick Mr. Parasyte just below the neck with all my strength. Kruik. The creature is thrown backwards. But since my hand is still holding its tentacle, the blade detaches from its head with a disgusting sound. The tentacle in my hand writhes violently. Soon after, it withers, turning gray and flaccid. At the same time, the parasite's body leaves a long crater in the ground where it was dragged. The parasite stops and slowly gets up as I walk closer. The creature, whose head is split into many fleshy tentacles, speaks through the distorted mouth below where the pulsating flesh tentacles meet. Is your human body so strong? Then all the tentacles twist from all directions at once. The blades at their tips try to tear me apart from every possible angle. My fingers transform into blades. And I deflect each attack one by one as sparks fly when metal hits metal. Why am I strong? I smile broadly as I deflect another attack. I propel myself forward, putting all the strength I can muster into my legs. A crater forms where my feet were just a second ago. I appear as a blur before I grab it under its neck with my right hand. Because I ate 2 worms like you. I say with delight. Then, with all my weight and the speed at which I moved, I push my hand down. My muscles bulge under my skin and Mr. Parasyte body hits the ground. Boom. The ground shakes violently as if there were an earthquake. Parasyte is buried deep in the ground. At the same time, cracks spread in all directions. Parasyte must die with all that force, right? That said, I am in a moral dilemma about killing my friend's father. Of course, this tentacle-headed bug is no longer Soichiro Takagi. It's the space worm that ate Soichiro's head and borrowed his body. Soichiro died the moment the parasite entered his brain. But Saya will be angry if she finds out I killed him, right? She will hate me. She will think I am a murderer and a monster. I wipe a tear from my eye. What a tragedy. At that moment, Soichiro's head moves in the crater. It's moving. It tries to get up slowly. Seeing that, I quickly approach it and smile happily. Soichiro isn't dead. That's good. Parasyte looks at me with squinty eyes. It opens its distorted mouth to speak. But I kick it in its head before it can say anything. Then I kick it again. And again. I kick it enthusiastically many times until all the tentacles are completely destroyed. Shortly after, Soichiro's head stops moving. The tentacles wither, turning gray and lifeless. It's dead. Well, now I can be sad and continue with my moral dilemma, right? I look at Sachiro Takagi's corpse. And I realize that after the adrenaline rush of kicking it, I feel nothing for Sachiro's death. No sadness, no guilt, no remorse. There is only emptiness in my chest. Does that make me a monster? Well, I don't know. The only thing I know for sure is that I can't save everyone. Today, Saya's father died. And I couldn't save him because by the time I got there, he was already possessed. I could only save Saya and her mother. That will have to be enough. As I walk back to the Takagi estate, I think out loud. At least it wasn't Saya who died. Thank God. Or thank whoever listens to the prayers of a shitty zombie. I must be more vigilant so that the ghouls and parasites don't harm Rei and Saya. That will be my job from now on. To help them from the shadows. As I approach the Takagi estate, I see bright lights from police cars. There are officers patrolling the perimeter with flashlights and guns. In front of the mansion, I see a familiar figure. It's Rei's father in his police uniform, talking seriously with Mrs. She seems to be recounting what has happened in a trembling voice. She has bandages on her legs where she was cut by her parasitic husband. Saya stands behind her mother, her eyes red from crying. She hugs her mother around the waist. At that moment, Saya seems to sense that someone is watching her. She turns her face directly toward where I am hiding among the trees in the darkness. But she sees nothing. Because I have already left the scene, silently jumping to another tree, and then another. I head back to my abandoned house. As I jump across the rooftops under the moonlight, I think about everything that happened tonight. Worms falling from the sky, and those worms taking control of living beings. Me eating 2 of those worms and gaining powers. Saving Rei from being possessed. Saving Saya and her mother. Killing Saya's father, who was already possessed. I think it's a horrible night for the most part, but my friends are alive, and that's all that matters to me. I arrive at my abandoned building and climb in through the broken window. I throw myself onto the old mattress without even taking off my dirty clothes. It was pointless to take a shower. I stare at the cracked ceiling as my heart beats weakly in my chest. I'm not much different from the monsters. But I am a little different from them. I have a conscience and I care about someone. So even if I am a monster, I accept it. That's better than being a useless zombie who can't do anything while his friends die. I close my eyes and sleep. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 11, Chapter 11 1930 words, come back here, you little thief. A woman in a stained apron yells at me from her storefront, waving a butcher knife. I paid you. I yell back as I run down the street with a chicken leg in my hand. Rocks don't count as money. Damn caveman kid. The lady throws her broom at me, and it's sure to hit me on the head. I dodge it by ducking as I keep running without stopping. If you're wondering, the stones were pretty. They're probably worth some money. I turn the corner and run away with my precious chicken leg. My stomach growls because I'm even hungrier since last night's battle. At that moment, I pass a house with the window wide open. From there, I can see inside where there is a large television currently showing the morning news. I stop there intrigued and watch the news from the window. It makes me look like a stalker right now. A young reporter in a suit is talking to a person dressed as a scientist. The scientist is an older man in a white coat and thick glasses. He looks very serious and concerned. Yamamoto, can you explain these ghouls to our viewers? The scientist nods gravely and adjusts his glasses before speaking. We must accept the existence of ghouls as a fact. The authorities and the government have officially classified ghouls as a dangerous species that feeds exclusively on human flesh. They are predators of our species. Ghouls, huh? Well, for a few years now, rumors of the existence of ghouls had been circulating among the population. Investigators often find people who have been dismembered and appear to have been devoured by something. But people really think it's not real, and that it's just the government trying to instill fear in them to manipulate them, or some conspiracy theory like that. Humans being humans, denying what they don't want to believe. I bite into the chicken leg and swallow it. As time goes by, even raw meat starts to taste bad. It's worrying because my body is rejecting it more and more, but I have no other choice for food. I swallow another bite with a look of disgust and see the reporter laughing nervously, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Yamamoto, surely you have evidence for these alarming claims, right? The scientist doesn't smile. He takes out a remote control and points it at a screen behind him. Of course. We have video evidence. He shows a blurry video from a security camera. The quality is terrible. A young girl wearing a school uniform walks down an empty street at night. Suddenly, her body is violently torn apart. A blurry figure emerges from the shadows with strange things protruding from its back. That thing on its back resembles a long, thick, pulsating spear. It crouches over the convulsing body and begins to eat with frantic movements. It's grotesque even with the pixels covering the victim and censoring the bloodiest parts. I stop chewing because I recognize that place immediately. The victim was found in the commercial district. The scientist says in a somber voice as he points to the frozen video. In Tokyo, this commercial district. That's the place Ray usually passes through to go to school every day. The reporter swallows hard and looks pale. He probably regrets agreeing to this interview. Then he asks the scientist in a trembling voice. Is there any way to distinguish them from normal humans? The scientist shakes his head. So far, we haven't found anything that physically distinguishes them from humans. Except that sometimes their eyes temporarily transform with black sclera and bright red irises. But normally they seem to live their lives among people using completely human forms. They could be your neighbor, your coworker, even someone in your family. The reporter mutters as he wipes the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Then the reporter seems to remember something and asks. Yamamoto, what do you think about what happened last night at the Takagi estate? The incident where the patriarch of the family apparently attacked his own wife and daughter. Is it the fault of a ghoul? The scientist nods seriously. It is highly likely that this is another case of a ghoul. According to Mrs. Takagi's testimony, Soichiro Takagi violently attacked his family and guards using what appeared to be biological weapons coming out of his head. However, there is something interesting. What is it? According to witnesses, another ghoul interrupted the scene. It apparently fought the first ghoul, and both disappeared. In the end, only Soichiro Takagi's lifeless body was found. It's a pity that we won't be able to obtain the body for study this time. They mentioned me. I'm in the news. Although they mistook me for a ghoul. Well, they can't know that I'm something completely different. I can't keep listening because an older man with a newspaper in his hand is scolding me from inside the house. What are you doing sitting on my windowsill, you brat? Without realizing it, I was already sitting on the window, swinging my legs with amusement. I give him a friendly smile and thank him with a nod. Thank you for letting me watch your TV, sir. Then I run away before he can yell at me anymore. I eat the whole chicken thigh as I run to yesterday's river. I need to bathe because I'm dirty from what happened last night. I reach the crystal clear stream and quickly undress. I get into the cold water and rub my body, washing away all the dirt. After catching some fish from the water with my hands, I walk home barefoot through the grass. I put the fish in a plastic bag I found lying around. I already have dinner for tonight. I change into new clothes that I keep in the old closet. A white t-shirt and blue shorts. If you're wondering where I found the clothes, I would answer that I didn't steal them. That's true. I'm not lying this time. There's a kind lady who distributes clothes to street children near here. She's a beautiful woman with a warm smile who never looks at me with fear like the others. She often gives me clean clothes in good condition, saying they're second-hand, so I'm very grateful to that woman. Someday, I'll return the favor somehow. I look at myself in the broken mirror. My long gray hair is wet and messy. My blue contact lenses are in place, covering my cloudy eyes. My pale skin looks a little pinker after last night's exercise. Today is Sunday. The three of us had planned to meet at the park as we always do on Sundays. Me, Ray, and Saya. But because of what happened to Saya last night with her father being possessed by a parasite and almost killing her, it's very likely that she won't be able to come today. She must be traumatized and probably won't even leave her house for a while. Anyway, I'm going to the square because Ray can still come. And I don't want to leave her waiting alone. In the empty square with playground equipment, I sit on the swing and start swinging while I wait. The morning sun warms my skin pleasantly. A few minutes later, I see a figure running towards me from the street. It's Ray with her orange-brown hair shining in the sun. She's wearing a yellow dress and sandals. She looks cute as always. When she sees me sitting on the swing, her face lights up with a big smile. She runs faster and jumps to hug me. Not for me, but for you. Good morning. Good morning, Ray. I return her greeting while trying not to put too much force into my hand as I pat her on the back. We separate and she sits down on the swing next to mine. We swing our feet in silence for a moment. Then Ray breaks the silence with a soft, worried voice. Did you hear what happened to Saya-chan? I nod slowly, pretending not to know the details. A little in the news. What exactly happened? Ray sighs sadly. My father told me last night when he got home. He said that Saya-chan's father turned into a ghoul. He attacked his family. There were many deaths. The guards tried to stop him, but I know it wasn't a ghoul but an alien parasite. But I can't tell Ray that because she wouldn't understand, and it wouldn't do any good to worry her more. It's normal that they don't know the difference between ghouls and parasites yet. The existence of ghouls only came to light a few years ago, when I was 6 years old. And humans still don't want to fully accept their existence. It's too scary for them. Another kind of monster invaded Earth last night, when those green spores fell from the sky. And it may be that no one knows about it yet except me. But sooner or later, they'll discover that parasites and ghouls are completely different. When more people become possessed and start acting strangely. Ray looks at me, and I see myself reflected in her big red eyes. Do you think ghouls really exist? The ones that eat humans? I mean, we've never seen them with our own eyes, right? I've killed one myself, though. I even ate its disgusting wing. They exist, Ray. You have to be very careful. Don't laugh like that again, it's creepy. She scolds me, but I continue talking. Today I saw on the news that in the commercial district you pass through on your way to school, they filmed a ghoul devouring a girl. You should avoid that route for now. Ray is startled. Her eyes widen in surprise. Then she pouts and gently hits me on the chest with her small fists. Don't try to scare me, Arita. That's mean. Even so, we're already on vacation for now. I won't be going there until next year. Ah, that's right. It's almost Christmas and New Year's. Shortly after, she looks down and shows a sad expression as her shoulders slump. Saya-chan must be very sad right now. She lost her father. And apparently even she and her mother almost died too if it weren't for another ghoul intervening and fighting the first one. I nod as I recall the scene from last night. Yuriko hugging Saya, trying to protect her, and the parasite about to kill them before I arrived just in time. She must be having a really hard time. Ray looks up and stares at me with determination. We should visit her to cheer her up, don't you think? She needs to know that her friends are here for her. Ray is so kind and thoughtful. She's one of the reasons I want to protect her. We should do that. But internally, I worry. How will Saya react when she sees me? Will she suspect something? Did she see my face last night when I saved her? I hope not. Because if she finds out what I really am, I'm nervous. That said, I can't abandon my friend when she needs me most. So I'll go anyway. And I'll pray that everything turns out okay. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Owen Moriarty Chapter 12, Chapter 12 1284 words Ray and I arrived at the Takagi mansion on foot. It was the day after the horrible night, when Saya's father was possessed by a parasite, and almost killed his family. There are many more guards patrolling the mansion's surroundings now. More than twice as many as before. They are all armed with rifles and pistols. Their eyes constantly scan the area, and I notice that some of them have deep dark circles under their eyes. I can't blame them after what happened last night. As Ray and I walk down the gravel path toward the main entrance, I feel something disturbing in my mind. The parasite sensor I got is buzzing faintly. There is another parasite in this place. It's not as strong as the signal I felt from Sachiro possessed last night. So it's probably just a worm that recently got a host that is still weak. Either way, I'll have to take care of it later. As I sense that unsettling presence, an older man with a stern expression approaches us. He is wearing a dark formal suit, and has a frown on his face. He is one of the Takagi family's high-ranking guards. Leave this place immediately. This is not a place for children to visit. Hey, we're not criminals, we're 10-year-old children. I feel my fist tingling. I wanted to punch him. Still, I'm afraid his head will explode like a watermelon, foo-foo. Ray is intimidated by his tone, and takes a step back. I step in front of her, and look at the man with a friendly smile. Sir, we came to see our friend Saya. We just want to be with her at this sad time. The man frowns even more deeply. He opens his mouth to probably continue scolding us with harsh words. But at that moment, an elegant middle-aged butler approaches. He is wearing an impeccable suit, and has a neutral expression. Excuse me. Miss Saya has requested that these young people be allowed to pass. Please follow me. He gestures politely with his hand. The senior guard looks frustrated but says nothing more. He just watches us suspiciously as we walk past him. Ray and I walk behind the butler, following him through the corridors of the mansion. I notice that there are some holes in the walls that have been hastily repaired with wooden boards. Dark stains on the floor are probably blood that they tried to clean up. Ray smiles at me as we walk and whispers softly. For protecting me earlier. She is referring to when I stood in front of her, protecting her from the intimidating guard. Still, why are you blushing? It's nothing. The butler leads us to a spacious living room with large windows overlooking the garden. The furniture is elegant, and I didn't even want to go near it because I feel like it's expensive. I'm not used to so much luxury. There are paintings on the walls and a vase of fresh flowers on a side table. And sitting on the red sofa is a girl. She has long pink hair tied back in twin ponytails that fall over her shoulders. Beneath her furrowed eyebrows, her eyes are orange and bright. Or at least they normally are, because right now they look dull. She is Saya. My intelligent, Sundara friend who is always talking about complicated things I don't understand. Now she is wrapped in a blanket. She stares out the window, her eyes lost on the horizon. Ray doesn't know what to do when she sees that Saya's eyes are so empty and distant. We've never seen Saya like this before. Ray turns to me with a pleading expression and urges me with her eyes to do something. I purse my lips, feeling the pressure. I don't know what to say in this situation. If I speak, I'll probably just ruin the moment by saying something stupid and inappropriate. So instead of speaking, I walk silently and sit quietly next to Saya on the sofa. I don't say anything and just sit there. It seems that this is the right solution because after a minute or two of silence, Saya leans slightly against my shoulder. She has just lost her father, who turned out to be a monster who tried to kill her, so it's natural for her to seek comfort from her friends. I sigh internally, feeling relieved. Until now, I've been quite panicked inside. Saya is smart. And it wouldn't be strange for her to connect some dots and start suspecting that I'm that little dark figure that appeared to save her last night. But she's now dazed by trauma and shock. She doesn't seem to be thinking about those things. She just wants to feel safe. It seems I jumped to conclusions too quickly, because at that moment Saya frowns. She senses something as she leans on my shoulders. Do I smell bad? That's not possible. I don't smell like a corpse. Wait, she positions her ear closer to my body. Is it possible that she felt my heartbeat was very slow? Or that my blood wasn't circulating normally? If I weren't a fucking zombie, I'd start sweating right there. Ray laughs when she sees that Saya hasn't started making a scene, or crying hysterically, and sighs with relief. Then she sits down on the other side of Saya on the sofa. She takes Saya's hand, and that makes the girl with twin pigtails stop paying attention to the sound of my heart. We spend several minutes like this in silence. After a while, Saya starts to speak. What the hell? Hey, is that your first word? Why is my father a demon? Why did he have to become that? She starts to tremble as tears fall down her cheeks. I reassure her by putting my hand on her shoulder, careful not to use too much force. I can enjoy listening to the crunch of bones when I crush them and laugh with a fufufu. But even I would feel bad if that bone sound came from my friend. I don't want to accidentally turn her into mincemeat. He wasn't a demon before, Saya. He was your father. A father who cared about his family and worked hard to protect them. It seems that he was only recently possessed by it. I know it's not a demon but parasitic aliens. But when I think about it, a demon is an evil being according to the general definitions that humans give it. Which is not far from what a parasite does when it takes over your body and kills your family. Although if I keep thinking that way, a human isn't much different from a demon in many cases. Humans also kill, destroy, and cause suffering. It depends on your point of view. The point is that for Saya and her family, what took Sachiro away is a demon. And that's all that matters to them. It's the ghouls, isn't it? Saya says that. I didn't believe they existed before. I thought they were just stories people told to scare children. But now. She looks like she's about to cry again. At that moment, Ray intervenes with a gentle voice. You don't have to talk about it now if you don't want to. Arita and I just want to make sure you're not alone, Saya-chan. We're here for you. Saya sighs deeply, trying to control her emotions. Thank you both. At that moment, the living room door opens and a woman enters carrying 2 trays. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 13. Chapter 13 1808 words. At that moment, the living room door opens and a woman enters carrying 2 trays. She has long purple hair that falls loosely down her back. It is short in front and gathered on both sides of her face, framing it beautifully. Her eyes are the same deep purple color. She has a slender waist and large breasts that are noticeable under her dress. She is Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother. Her full lips, normally painted with red lipstick, are bare today. Probably because she has just lost her husband and spent more time crying than worrying about her appearance. She is carrying 2 trays, 1 in each hand. On top of the first tray are cookies that look delicious. And on the other are cups of what looks like hot chocolate. Even though they look delicious, I only feel hungry when I look at Yuriko's flesh. But I notice she's limping. And at any moment, it looks like the trays will fall from her trembling hands. My eyes drift down to her thigh. She's wearing a red dress, which makes it easy to see her leg. There I see the white bandage wrapped around her thigh. Red bloodstains seep through the bandage. I wonder why she does this kind of work when she's injured. She could have left it to the servants to take care of since the Takagi family has dozens of employees. As I think that, I get up from the sofa and walk toward her. "Good morning, Mrs. Let me help you carry the trays," I say with a smile. Takagi looks at me and her tired expression softens a little. "Arada-kun. Thank you for coming to see Saya." She nods as she thanks me. I carefully take the tray with the cups of chocolate and walk beside her to the coffee table. "Takagi, why don't you let the servants take care of this kind of thing? You're injured." She looks sad for a moment. Her purple eyes fill with pain. "After what happened with my husband, I can't trust anyone else. I don't want to put my daughter Saya in danger by letting strangers near her without supervision." She pauses and then continues in a soft voice. "I apologize in advance, Arada-kun. I didn't want you and Ray to come over today either. But Saya saw you arrive through the window and said to let you in. She needs her friends right now." I'm surprised by this and look over at Saya, who is sitting quietly on the sofa. I am moved that she decided to let us in even though her mother and she herself have every right to distrust us and anyone else at this moment. I think that what Yuriko thinks is correct from her perspective. They are normal people and are not like me, who has the sensor to differentiate a parasite from a human. They can't do that. So they can only distrust everyone around the mansion. One of the servants could be a parasite waiting for the right moment to attack. And in fact, I sense through my sensor that somewhere on the estate there is a parasite. Later, I must take care of that disgusting worm before it gets close to Saya. "You don't need to apologize for distrusting me, Mrs. You only do so because you care about your daughter. That makes you a good mother." She flashes a tired smile. After setting the tray on the coffee table, she gently strokes my hair with her hand. "You're a good boy, Arada-kun. So considerate and mature for your age. Unlike Soichiro, who always looked at me coldly and suspiciously, Mrs. Takagi has always been kind to me since I met Saya. There are even times when she treats me like her own son when I come to visit. It's a pleasant yet strange feeling." I set the tray with the cups of hot chocolate on the table next to the other one. "Saya, Rei-san, Arada-kun. Please come and have something to eat." Yuriko invites us in a motherly voice. But Saya responds without moving from the sofa. "I'm not hungry." Yuriko frowns with concern. "Saya, you have to eat something. You haven't eaten anything since last night and—" Saya interrupts, suddenly shouting. "Just shut up, Oka-san." Yuriko looks deeply saddened as she sits down in one of the chairs at the table. It seems she has no intention of continuing to pressure Saya to eat. I sigh at the sad scene. I approach Saya and gently pull her arm to lift her off the sofa. "Come on, Saya," I say with a smile. She wants to get angry at me. I can see the beginning of a frown forming on her face. But before she can protest, I grab a cookie from the tray and pop it into her mouth. Her eyes widen when she feels it in her mouth. Saya slowly chews the cookie I forced into her mouth. Her cheeks puff up as she chews. I stare at her, crossing my arms over my chest with a serious expression. I order her. She frowns and her eyes flash with frustration. I can see she wants to spit the cookie out and yell at me. After a long moment, she swallows. "You dared to force the cookie into my mouth. What kind of person does that?" "Me, of course." I smile proudly and ruffle her pink hair with my hands. She blushes and looks away. "Good job, Saya. Now sit down and eat properly. Don't treat me like a child." She protests, hitting my hand away from her head. But despite her complaints, she sits down on the chair in front of the coffee table. Ray also comes over and sits down next to her. She takes a cookie and starts eating quietly while watching me with narrowed eyes. Yuriko looks at me in surprise, then smiles. "Thank you, Arada-kun. I'm surprised she's more obedient to you than to me. Although I'm a little concerned about how you treat my daughter. Don't think too much about it. That's just how our relationship is. I nod and take a chocolate cookie and bite into it. Then I chew and swallow it with a gulp. But you're probably wondering, hey, couldn't you eat human food? How can you eat now? To answer that question, I must say that I have developed a technique over the years to pretend to eat in front of Ray and Saya without arousing suspicion. Basically, I bite into the food in front of me, and without actually chewing it, I swallow it. That way, I don't taste the horrible flavor, and it goes straight to my stomach. Then I just have to pretend to chew before swallowing my saliva with a sound. The last step. It's delicious, Mrs. I have to smile and praise the food as if it were really delicious. Then I take a glass of hot chocolate and pretend to take a sip. The liquid touches my lips, but I don't let it enter my mouth. That's the curse of being a zombie. I can't enjoy normal food. But I have to keep up appearances. I can't let Yuriko or the girls suspect that something is wrong with me. Yuriko smiles weakly. I'm glad you like it. As I pretend to chew, I notice that Saya hasn't touched anything else since she swallowed the first cookie, and just stares blankly at the cup of chocolate in front of her. I pick up another cookie and hold it in front of Saya's face. She makes that sound and opens her mouth before chewing. For some reason, as I feed Saya like that, I notice Ray staring at us with expressionless eyes while chewing her cookie quickly. Hey, chew slower. Grumble. My stomach makes a low noise. The smell of Yuriko's blood from her thigh wound is reaching my nostrils. It's sweet, intoxicating, and seems delicious. My mouth involuntarily salivates. No, no, no. Control yourself, damn it. I scold myself mentally. I clench my fists on my knees and dig my nails into my palms. The pain, well, I don't feel any pain. But the feeling of pressure helps distract me a little. I take a deep breath. Or rather, I make the motion of taking a deep breath. I have to control my zombie instincts. I can't lose control here, especially in front of Saya. Arita-kun, are you okay? Yuriko's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. I look up and see her looking at me with concern. I put a smile on my face and lie. But then Ray looks at me too. Arita, you look pale. I mean, you're always pale, and sometimes I think you're a zombie, but now you look even paler. Ray's words feel cold right now, stabbing my heart. Have I done something to upset her? I'm fine, really. I'm just a little tired. I say quickly. She puffs out her cheeks. It seems she doesn't suspect me of being a real zombie, but is jealous of Saya. That reassures me. Saya brings the cup of chocolate to her lips while looking at me out of the corner of her eye. Grumble. My stomach growls again. This time louder. And my eyes involuntarily drift to Yuriko's leg. To the blood-stained bandage. Her thigh looks appetizing. I have to get out of here before I do something stupid. I jump up from my chair. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom. I announce awkwardly. Yuriko blinks in surprise. Oh, of course. The bathroom is. I know where it is. I interrupt before she can finish. I walk quickly toward the door of the room, trying not to run. But before I leave, I feel Saya's gaze on me. I pause for a second and turn my head to look at her. Our eyes meet. Her orange eyes stare at me for a long second in silence. Come back soon, idiot. Yeah. Don't worry. A smile appears on my face. I leave the room and close the door behind me. Once in the hallway, I lean against the wall and let out a long sigh. That was close. I murmur to myself. Grumble. My stomach continues to growl insistently. And then. There's a parasite somewhere on this estate. A sinister smile forms on my lips. I guess it's time to hunt. My zombie instincts awaken completely. And I begin to walk through the halls of the Takagi mansion, following the trail of the damn worm. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Olwen Moriarty. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 2007 words. There are many guards patrolling throughout the Takagi mansion. That makes killing the parasite without being detected extremely difficult. I walk through the mansion's corridors following the mental trail of the shit worm. My sensor tells me it's nearby. But I have to be careful. Parasites are somewhat intelligent, even when they first obtain a host. If no problem arises, they always remain hidden. They act like the original host. They walk like them. They talk like them. They do everything they can to go unnoticed. The reason Sachiro Parasite was discovered is because the worm probably entered him in the middle of dinner. In front of Yuriko and Saya. I can more or less imagine what happened. Sachiro's body convulsing as the parasite took control. The grotesque transformation occurring before the horrified eyes of his wife and daughter. And the first thing the parasite did, after taking control, was to attack them. To try to silence them. It makes sense from the worm's perspective. Eliminate the witnesses and continue to pretend to be human. But it failed, obviously. That's why Sachiro is dead. So, if this parasite is intelligent, and it hasn't been discovered yet, that means it's away from the guards. Somewhere where no one will bother it. That makes my job easier. I follow the signal through the garden. I pass some guards who barely look at me. I'm just a kid, and besides, I'm friends with the late boss's daughter. I'm not a threat. The signal gets stronger as I approach a garage away from the main garden. It's a small, old building. Probably where they keep tools or vehicles they don't use much. Grumble. My stomach growls with anticipation because at that moment I smell fresh blood. The metallic, sweet smell fills my nostrils and makes my mouth water. Control yourself. I slap my cheeks to clear my mind. Then I carefully peek through the half-open garage door. What I see makes my eyes widen a little. Inside, there is a dead man lying on the floor. His stomach is completely empty. His intestines have been eaten, leaving only a bloody hole in his abdomen. His shirt is stained with motor oil, and his hands are dirty too. It's possible that before he died, he was working on fixing the car inside the garage. Poor bastard. A little above the corpse is a German shepherd with black fur. Its eyes are crossed and its mouth is open and cracked in many places. Well, it's not as if some maniac had cut its snout with a knife several times. It's because it's not a normal dog. With that wet sound, the dog puts the dead man's head in its open mouth. Furwa. And rips it off his neck. Blood splatters everywhere as the dog chews on his head. Disgusting, it looks delicious too. But the image is repulsive anyway. I feel conflicted. I had to ignore the smell of blood and focus on the smell of engine grease, so I wouldn't be tempted to join the feast. The dog chews the head with satisfaction while its tail wags from side to side. It seems that the dog doesn't notice my presence. I realize that. It's too busy eating to pay attention to me. No, it's not simply because of that. Then it's possible that only I can sense the presence of the parasites, while they can't sense me. That conclusion would make sense. After all, I gained this ability by consuming 2 worms, and they haven't taken control of me. In other words, I'm not a parasite like them. That's an advantage. I look around to see if there are any security cameras. Seeing nothing, my fingers begin to transform. The flesh twists and the bones crack as my 10 fingers turn into sharp blades. Dog doesn't notice me, I can take advantage of that and kill it without any problems. With that thought, I take a step forward, preparing to attack. But then I stop before taking the second step. Killing this dog could reveal my identity. Saya is already beginning to suspect me. I noticed it in the way she looked at me before leaving the room. If I act now and kill the parasite here in her own home, it could make things worse. She could connect various pieces of evidence that lead her suspicions directly to me. Besides, there's a dead man here. If I act and kill the dog right now, the typical misunderstanding may occur that the blame falls on me even though I'm not the one who killed the man. I click my tongue in frustration. But then an idea comes to my mind, and at the same time, a smile appears on my face. I sigh and open my eyes wide before putting strength into my legs. Swoosh! I run into the garage at full speed, and in a second I'm behind the dog. I wave my arms quickly. The blades cut through the air. And they also cut the dog's tendons behind its hind and front legs without it noticing due to the speed of the movement. The dog finally notices my presence. I mean, it would be stupid if it didn't notice me after cutting it. It turns its head towards me, and its face transforms. Its skin tears and several tentacles explode from its head. Tips of the tentacles are shaped like sharp blades. Grua. The dog growls and tries to approach me. But its legs don't respond. It collapses pathetically on the ground because I cut all its tendons. I smile broadly. I kick its head with a horizontal hit from above. His head hits the ground hard. Foo-foo-foo. I laugh as I kick it a few more times. What's the matter, mister, can't you move any more? I taunt the parasite. Its tentacles writhe, trying to reach me, but they can't because they're immobilized on the floor. It's a shame I can't kill you here. But don't worry. I crouch down and whisper in the dog's ear. You'll die anyway. I get up and run out of the garage and transform my fingers back to normal as I run. Then I put a look of panic on my face. Eyes wide, mouth trembling, and a fearful expression. I scream as I run toward where I saw a guard patrolling a few minutes ago. There's a monster. A monster in the garage. I desperately point toward the garage building. The guard, a large man in a black uniform with a gun on his belt, immediately runs toward me. What's going on? Calm down and explain. He questions me as he grabs my shoulders. There. There's a monster in the garage. I reply, trembling with fear. I just wanted to pee and then I saw a dead man and a dog, but the dog wasn't normal. It had things coming out of its head. Soichiro too. His eyes open in shock. At that moment, the dog is seen limping out of the garage. It drags its body pathetically because its legs don't work. There are several tentacles moving from its head like angry snakes. Guard turns pale and curses as he pulls a radio from his belt. He presses a button and shouts into the device. Code red. There's a monster in the south garage. I repeat, there's a monster in the south garage. All guards report immediately. A siren begins to sound throughout the estate, as it has been activated to alert everyone to the threat. Within seconds, dozens of guards arrive running from different directions. They are all carrying weapons, whether pistols, rifles, or shotguns. And behind them, I see Mrs. Yuriko walking quickly toward us. Saya and Rei are behind her. Yuriko has a firearm in her hands that looks like AP-90. Despite being wounded in the thigh, she moves with determination, and eyes full of hatred. Wow, she must want revenge. No wonder. One of these parasites killed her husband, and because of that, she is now a widow. Aradakuen. Come here behind me. I nod at Yuriko's shout and run towards Saya and Rei. Rei is scared, as she has tears in her eyes. As soon as I reach her, she jumps towards me and hugs me tightly. Are you okay? You scared me. I'm fine, Rei. Don't worry. I gently stroke her hair to calm her down. Saya looks at me from the side. She narrows her eyes suspiciously before looking at the dog limping towards us. There is a great distance between us and the dog. 50 meters, perhaps. And it can't move fast because I cut its tendons specifically for this purpose. So even normal guards can kill it if they shoot it enough bullets. I think this strategy is the best. Killing the parasite with my own hands might be satisfying, but at the same time, it's reckless. Letting the parasite live is stupid from the start. So in this case, I would be an accidental hero, Yuriko and the guards would be the willing executioners, and the parasite problem would be solved without me getting my hands dirty. Yuriko raises her P90 and aims at the parasite dog. She orders in a cold, authoritative voice. The sound of gunfire fills the air as I see dozens of bullets flying toward the dog from all directions. Blood splatters as the bullets penetrate the animal's body. The tentacles writhe in an attempt to defend itself, but it's useless. There are too many bullets. More and more shots. The dog's body shakes violently with each impact. Finally, after about 30 seconds of continuous firing, Mr. Dog collapses. Its tentacles stop moving, and its head wilts. That means it's dead. Everyone stares at the monster's corpse with expressions of shock and horror. Yuriko slowly lowers her P90. Check the area. Make sure there aren't any more of those things. She orders the guards. Yes, ma'am. All guards scatter to search for other possible parasites. Yuriko turns around and walks towards us. Arada-kun, are you hurt? She asks as she crouches down and examines me from head to toe. Ma'am, I can see your two mountains. They make me want to bite them, so can you move away a little? I just got scared. I keep my scared child expression. She sighs with relief and puts a hand on my shoulder. You were very brave to come and get help. Thanks to you, we were able to eliminate that creature before it hurt anyone else. There was a dead man in the garage. I say in a trembling voice. Yuriko's expression darkens. Perhaps he was one of our mechanics. May he rest in peace. She pauses, then continues. This confirms that there are more of those creatures infiltrating the estate. We will have to increase security immediately. Rei is still hugging me tightly, and I can feel her face buried in my chest. Saya, however, says nothing and stares at me with her orange eyes that were half open. She definitely suspects something. But she can't prove anything. Because from her perspective, I'm just a scared kid who found a monster by accident and ran for help. There's no evidence that I did anything else. Let's go back to the house. It's not safe to be out here. Yuriko says as she leads us back to the mansion. As we walk, I look back at the dog's corpse. A small smile appears on my lips for a fraction of a second before disappearing. Goodbye, Mr. 20 Advanced Chapters on Patreon.com/Owen Moriarty Chapter 15. Chapter 15 1643 words. Arada-kun, weren't you going to the bathroom? Why were you in that place? Yuriko asks me as we walk back to the mansion. I don't feel like she's accusing me or anything like that, but she really seems curious. But at her question, I feel Saya's gaze fixed on my back. Are you trying to burn a hole through me? I smile shyly as I scratch my cheek and put on a sheepish face. It's just this mansion is quite large and I got lost. And since I was in a hurry, I just wanted to go somewhere where there was no one around. You know. Of course, my memory hasn't deteriorated that much yet. I may be gradually losing my memories, but I still know perfectly well where the bathroom is. I've been to this mansion enough times not to get lost. She nods understandingly as her expression softens. I'm sorry, Arada-kun. I should have given you clearer directions when you left earlier. This house can be confusing for guests. It's okay, Mrs. It was my fault for interrupting you before you finished giving me directions. That was the point of interrupting her at that moment. So that later I could have an excuse for why I strayed from the path. So I seized the moment. By the way, where is the bathroom? All that running made me forget that I still need to go. Yuriko points to the left of the main hallway. Follow me. I'll show you the way so you don't get lost again. I turn to Rei, who is still hugging me tightly. Her face is pale, and I can feel her trembling against me. She seems genuinely traumatized by what she saw. I guess seeing a dog with tentacles coming out of its head isn't something a girl her age should witness. Rei, I'll be back soon. Stay close to Saya and Ms. Yuriko, okay? Rei lifts her head and looks at me. Her big red eyes are filled with tears that don't fall. She looks deeply reluctant to part with me, as if she's afraid that if she lets me go, I'll disappear or something bad will happen to me. What if there are more monsters? I'll be fine. I promise. Besides, there are guards everywhere now. Nothing will happen. She bites her lower lip, clearly unconvinced, but finally nods and flashes a tense smile. Hey, those kinds of smiles that don't reach the eyes are scary. But come back quickly. I stroke her hair gently, feeling the silky strands between my fingers. It's a strange feeling. I guess after years of being with Rei, she has transformed from a person who serves as a cover for my existence to a person who is really important to me. I'll be back before you know it. I pull away from her and run off in the direction Yuriko pointed. It's the third door on the right. Yuriko shouts behind me. I almost left without hearing everything. Thank you. I run down the hallway counting the doors in my head. I open the door, making sure not to tear it off with my strength, and enter the bathroom, locking it behind me. I don't want anyone to come in and see me in the next act. The contents of my stomach violently spill into the toilet. The cookies I pretended to chew. The pieces of hot chocolate I let slide down my throat without actually swallowing them. Everything comes out. This is the last step after pretending to eat. The step that no one sees, but that I have to do every damn time I pretend to be human. Emptying my stomach before the food I swallowed without chewing properly is digested. Because if it is digested, it would cause me horrible discomfort for many days. It would even weaken me to the point where I could barely move. My body isn't made to process normal human food, but after eating Ghoul, at least I can stomach swallowing it. My digestion is slow by default as a zombie. So I don't worry too much if even an hour or two passes since I ate. I can empty my stomach at any time before it really starts to process. Still, it's unpleasant to do it every time. I spit the last remnants into the toilet. I slowly get up, feeling my legs a little shaky, and look at myself in the mirror above the sink. My face is nauseating. I look like shit. Well, I'm a zombie, so I guess that makes sense. I inhale deeply through my nose and exhale slowly through my mouth. I do this for a full minute. The discomfort gradually goes away with each breath, my stomach stops feeling queasy, and my head clears a little. I wash my face with cold water from the sink. I rinse my mouth several times. Then I rinse and spit repeatedly until the sour taste disappears. I flush the toilet and watch everything disappear in a whirlpool. Look in the mirror once more, now I look like I normally do. I leave the bathroom after drying my hands on a towel hanging nearby. In the hallway, I find a guard waiting near the door. He is a tall, muscular man with scars on his knuckles. Probably a former Yakuza, or something like that. The Takagi family has that kind of employee. Ma'am sent me to protect you. There may be more monsters lurking around the estate. The guard says in a serious voice as his hand rests on the gun in his belt. I nod obediently and try to maintain my facade of a frightened child. Thank you. That makes me feel safer. The man nods and gestures for me to follow him. He leads me back to the entrance of the mansion, and the guard stops at the entrance. I'll be outside if you need me. He tells me before returning to his post patrolling the hallway. All the guards are on high alert. Their hands never stray from their weapons, and their eyes dart nervously in all directions. Well, less than half an hour ago, they faced a dog with a head split into tentacles with sharp points. And yesterday, many of their comrades died at the hands of Saya's father, transformed into a monster. Those who are now patrolling are the ones who returned early yesterday to rest or were off duty. They are lucky to be alive. Because if they had been present when Sachiro transformed, they would all have died under the attack of the Takagi parasite. They must feel guilty for having survived while their comrades died. But they must also feel relieved. Hey, I wonder since when I've been able to sense emotions. Is it because of the 2 worms I ate? If I concentrate hard enough, I can feel a little bit of how others are feeling. In the living room, I find Saya and Rei sitting on the sofa. But the atmosphere between them is completely silent. Saya has her arms crossed and stares out the window with a distant expression. She lost her father yesterday and clearly doesn't feel like talking to anyone. Her pride and grief are fighting inside her, and I can see her clenching her jaw to keep from crying. Rei, on the other hand, has her hands in her lap and is looking down. She was traumatized by seeing the monster earlier. They're just kids, 7 or 8 years old. They shouldn't have to deal with this kind of shit. The fact that I was about to die doesn't help Rei's situation either. Well, it's just an act on my part. I was never really in danger because I knew exactly what I was doing. But for Rei, it's not like that. She genuinely thinks she almost lost her childhood friend to a monster. I sit down on the single sofa in front of them, trying to look tired but relieved to be back. Rei immediately lifts her head when she hears the sound of the sofa, and quickly moves to sit next to me instead of staying with Saya. She presses herself against my side as soon as she sits down. She is silent for a moment. Then she asks in a trembling voice. That monster from earlier, is it a ghoul? So they really exist. Monsters that eat humans and hide among society. It makes sense that a frightened child would connect the dots and assume that what she saw was one of those. But as I was thinking of answering yes, Saya speaks up. Both Rei and I turn our heads to look at her in surprise. It seems Saya has already figured it out. I think as I observe her expression. Saya Takagi is a genius with a very high IQ, and that means she can connect dots that other children wouldn't even see. Saya stares at us with a serious expression, crosses her arms, and begins to speak. It's not a ghoul. She pauses, gathering her thoughts before continuing. The news reports so far say that ghouls are distinguished by a specific characteristic. Objects come out of their backs that they use as biological weapons. So far, it's not known what it is. My father, who transformed yesterday, and the dog today, are completely different from those descriptions. Neither of them had anything coming out of their backs. The transformations came directly from their heads. Saya is connecting the dots, and I don't know if that's good or bad for me. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 16, 1090 words. So you mean there are 2 monsters? 2 different kinds of monsters. That's even worse, isn't it? Rei says that in a scared voice as she clings tighter to my arm. I can feel her trembling against me. Damn, I really scared her with all that parasite dog drama. Saya doesn't take her eyes off me. Her pink eyes beneath her glasses narrow. I find it unsettling when she looks at me like that, as it gives me the feeling that she can see through my lie. She nods slowly while keeping her piercing gaze on me. Humans have always considered themselves the top of the food chain. The ultimate predator. But now it turns out that there are 2 different types of beings that consider us food. 2 species that can hunt and devour us. Humanity's chances of survival have just been drastically reduced. So yes, it's much worse. Although she delivers this analysis with a serious expression, I can see the fear in her eyes, as that part is considered the mirror of the soul. She is just as scared as Rei, only she hides it better. Seeing her staring at me so intently, I decide to break the tension. I put on a big, stupid, carefree smile on my face. Saya snorts and quickly looks away. Her cheeks turn a little red before she gives me an annoyed look from under her glasses. What are you laughing at, idiot? This is serious. I know. Hey, why do they draw away when I laugh like that? Ignoring that detail, I continue talking. But maybe ghouls can change shape too, right? The news only shows blurry videos of them. Who really knows what they actually look like? Maybe some have those weird things on their backs, and others can transform other parts of their bodies. Like their heads or their arms. I have to admit it's a shitty theory. A really, really stupid theory. But anyway, I'm not as smart as Saya. I'm not even as smart as the average student. I might even be considered stupid and dumb by most standards, and even more so now that I have a slowly deteriorating zombie brain. So I can afford to make stupid conclusions and still seem credible doing so. That's the advantage of everyone thinking you're an idiot. Ray immediately nods beside me. That's possible. It makes sense. Maybe they're all the same kind of monster. You're a normal girl, Ray. You should be able to think as critically as Saya too, you know. I think with a little exasperation. But guess I understand. There are already confirmed monsters in the world, and that can't be denied. At least one must hope and believe that there is only one type of monster rather than multiple species hunting us. It's easier for the human mind to process one threat rather than several. Ray probably just wants that possibility to be true. After all, one monster is better than two monsters. But Saya frowns deeply as she puts on an expression of intense concentration. I used to think the same as you. When I saw my father transform, my first assumption was that he was a ghoul. But upon thinking about it more coldly and analyzing all the available evidence, I came to the conclusion that he definitely wasn't. She pauses and adjusts her glasses on her small nose. After all, the ghoul inspector who appears on the news clearly states that ghouls are not much different from humans in their basic anatomy, and that it is extremely difficult to distinguish them visually. That means they have internal organs just like any normal human. Heart, lungs, stomach, and brain. The only difference is that special organ that protrudes from their spine and manifests as a weapon. Saya enters lecture mode. But that represents a completely different biomechanics from the dog and my father. In both cases, it seems that their heads have been completely modified at the cellular level. There is no brain left there, no cranial bone structure, no normal facial muscle tissue. Everything has been replaced or transformed, giving them the ability to fragment their heads and facial tissue into independent appendages. That's not an extra organ, as it's more like a complete transformation of the anatomical structure. She finishes her explanation by crossing her arms and closing her eyes. Damn, it's surprising that this Tsundere can think of all those things in this situation. I think as I look at her. Her father just died, and I think as a normal girl, she should be devastated and crying. However, she seems quite cold as she analyzes it. I don't know if that's admirable or worrying. Somehow I feel like my Tsundere friend has become Sherlock Holmes, and I am the Frankenstein monster being cornered by her. Ray looks at Saya with admiration in her red eyes. Wow, Saya. I envy that intelligence. I could never think of all those things. If I had your brain, I wouldn't have so many problems in school since math would be easier. Saya puffs out her chest a little proudly as a small smile appears on her lips. She's definitely proud and pleased by the compliment, right? It's completely natural. After all, I'm a genius. That arrogant response makes both Ray and me laugh. You're so conceited, Saya. It's not conceit if it's true. Stop laughing at me. Saya protests as her cheeks turn red with embarrassment while throwing a pillow at me, which hits me in the face. My teasing brought back her Tsundere expression. It's good to see her like this. She seems to be relaxing more, which is definitely better than seeing her in that silent and depressed state from before. Even if she's showing off and acting arrogant, at least she's acting like the Saya I know instead of being an empty shell like she was a moment ago. At that moment, the door to the room opens with a loud sound. We all turn our heads toward the entrance. Yuriko walks quickly toward us. Her face is a little pale. Don't tell me she saw something disturbing. In her hand she carries a slim silver laptop. I found something suspicious. A laptop. Could she have checked the security cameras? My body automatically tenses up a little when my train of thought leads me to that possibility. Am I the suspect? 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 17. Chapter 17:14, 07 words. At the scene of the Parasyte dog incident in the garage, I had carefully made sure there were no security cameras before acting. There weren't any, which is why I chose that moment and place to cut the dog's tendons. Last night with Sachiro Parasyte, however, I didn't have the time or luxury to worry about such things. If I had taken even a few seconds longer to act, Yuriko and Saya would have been torn to pieces by that monster. I had no choice, so I had to act quickly without thinking about the consequences. So it's entirely possible that there are some security cameras that caught me in action. Stay calm. Act natural. I tell myself as I force my expression to relax. I put on the face of a curious and innocent child before asking. What did you find? Mrs. Yuriko looks at me and sighs heavily before answering. Saya asked me to check all the security camera footage from last night. She wanted to see exactly what happened to her father. Her expression shows deep emotion and regret. Honestly, I didn't want to show her the video. Saya and you all are still just kids and shouldn't be seeing this kind of thing. But I know my daughter. Saya will surely get angry at me and throw a tantrum if I don't show it to her. So while I was reviewing the recordings, I found this. So it was Saya's idea again. Yuriko walks over to us and places the laptop on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Then she sits down next to Rei. I notice that she carefully adjusts her position so as not to hurt her injured thigh. Speaking of her thigh, I almost salivated when I smelled her blood. Calm down, you fucking zombie. I mentally slap myself to calm my hunger. Saya immediately gets up from where she was sitting and comes over, sitting on the other side of me so she can see the screen better. Now I'm sandwiched between Rei and Saya. Rei is still clinging to my right arm, and Saya is leaning over my left shoulder to see the screen. Yuriko opens the laptop and moves the cursor with the touchpad. The screen displays a security video playback program with multiple camera angles available. She clicks on one and the video begins to play. The point of view is from above, probably a camera mounted in a corner of the ceiling. It shows a spacious room that I recognize as the dining room of the Takagi mansion. There is a long wooden table with chairs around it. On the table are several plates of food and glasses of drinks. Yuriko fast-forwards the video. The people on the screen move in fast motion. Finally, she stops at a specific point. Saya, Yuriko, and Sachiro are now clearly visible sitting around the table. It appears to have been a normal family dinner. Yuriko presses play and the video continues at normal speed. On the screen, the Takagi family eats in silence. Sachiro raises his glass to his lips. Suddenly, his body becomes completely rigid. His hand freezes in the air, and his eyes open wide. His back arches unnaturally. Then he drops the glass. The glass breaks on the floor and the liquid inside spills out. Crash sound startles Saya and Yuriko on the screen, who immediately jump up from their chairs and rush towards Sachiro when they see him begin to fall from his chair to the floor. I glance sideways at Saya sitting next to me. Her eyes are glassy and her hands are shaking on her lap. She's about to cry. Sighing, I raise my hand and place it on her head. I move my hand slowly, my fingers stroking her silky pink hair as I hope the gesture is comforting. It must be incredibly painful to witness your father's death again. Saya suddenly cries out in a trembling voice. Oka-san. Why are you showing me this? I already lived through it once. I don't need to see it again. Show us what you have to show us. Tears are about to spill from her eyes, but she holds them back with pride and stubbornness. Yuriko turns to her daughter with a guilty expression. Sorry, Saya. I got lost in thought while watching the video, and it played automatically. But this isn't exactly what I want to show you. She then rewinds the video using the controls on the screen. She rewinds it to the moment just before Soichiro stiffens. Just as he is raising the glass to his lips. Yuriko sets the video to extremely slow playback speed. Look here. She points her finger to a corner of the screen. In super slow motion, we see the moment when a small object lunges from behind Soichiro. It is bright green, and if the room were dark, it would surely be phosphorescent. And only in slow motion can it be seen clearly because it moves too fast for the normal human eye. Saya narrows her eyes as she leans closer to the screen. It looks like a worm with a sharp, pointed head. Then Rei clings even tighter to my arm as she watches in fear. On the screen, we see that bright green worm fall directly onto the back of Soichiro's neck. Its sharp head pierces the skin of his neck. There is no blood initially, and the worm sinks into the flesh. Then we see a lump moving as it crawls between the flesh and muscles of the neck toward his head. Ah, I've had that experience. It's disgusting. That lump climbs and climbs. It travels up the neck, reaches the base of the skull, and disappears into the head. It was at that exact moment that Soichiro dropped his glass and froze. Saya and Yuriko closed their eyes tightly, squeezing their eyelids shut. Both of them had already witnessed this with their own eyes in person. Reliving it on video must be torturous. Seeing that Rei also seems increasingly frightened and traumatized by what she is seeing, I decide to intervene. Takagi, you can pause the video now. I think we've all seen enough. I don't want Rei and Saya to be any more traumatized than they already are. Yuriko nods gratefully and closes the video player immediately. Then she shuts down the laptop completely. Silence fills the room. Saya trembles a little beside me. I continue to gently stroke her hair, trying to calm her without saying anything, since in this case, I just need to be with her in silence. After a long while, Saya snorts and abruptly pushes my hand away from her head. I'm not a little girl who needs comforting. Nope, you are a little girl. She immediately gets angry. Her cheeks swell and turn red, a cute fang peeking out between her lips as she frowns at me. She looks like she really wants to bite me. I'm 10 years old. I'm already grown up. At that age, you're still a child, Saya. Yuriko watches our exchange with a sad smile. She's probably relieved to see her daughter acting like a normal child instead of being mired in depression. Then Yuriko regains her serious expression and says, well, after watching that video, I think we can definitely rule out the possibility that Soichiro was a ghoul. Ghouls aren't like that according to all the available information. Saya, upon hearing that, nods immediately. After showing a thoughtful expression for a few seconds, with her hand on her chin, she begins to speak. Based on what we saw, I can construct a hypothesis about how that thing works. The glowing worm enters a living being, apparently without causing significant pain so as not to be noticed. Then it crawls upward specifically toward the head. Probably the main goal of that worm is to reach the brain. And once it gets there, it begins to devour all the brain matter, all the cranial bone structure, and all the facial tissue. The worm consumes the head from the inside and takes its place, completely replacing the original head with its own body. This is exactly like what a parasite. Rei says those words. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 18. Chapter 18 1787 words. It has been 4 days since Saya and Rei named that thing Parasyte. I was quite surprised at the time when Saya was able to draw the conclusion about how those disgusting worms worked based solely on what she had seen in the video. After all, she didn't physically study the parts of the parasite, and she certainly didn't have access to a lab or scientific equipment. The mind of a genius is truly something else. For dumb people like me, that level of intelligence is completely unattainable. My zombie brain simply can't process information at that speed or with that depth. Sometimes I wonder if I was ever that smart in my previous life, but honestly, I doubt it. I was probably a mediocre student who spent his time staring at beautiful women's butts. Well, as long as I have enough physical strength, I think I can keep on living even without being too smart. I've completely lost hope of ever returning to being a normal human who needs to go to school every day, then graduate, go to college, graduate again with a useless degree, and finally become a productive member of society working in an office until I die of stress. That dream died when I was born a zombie. There are ghouls hunting humans, there are parasites infiltrating people's bodies, and at any moment, there will probably be a zombie apocalypse, because I recognize this world as the world of High School of the Dead. It's only a matter of time before everything goes to hell. Being a normal human wouldn't do much good anyway. It's better to be a strong zombie. I think about it and come to that conclusion. While I'm thinking about these depressing things about the future, Rei and Saya are sitting comfortably on the soft grass under a huge sakura tree. Because it's winter, they're both bundled up to protect themselves from the cold. I don't have any winter clothes, so I'm wearing normal clothes. Well, it's not like the cold affects me anyway. Near where we are, there is a decorative fountain made of cracked stones, showing colorful fish swimming lazily in the crystal clear water. I think they're called koi fish or something like that. They're cute, actually. Big and fat, with bright orange, pure white, and deep black colors. They move slowly through the water. And actually, I'm quite tempted to dip my hand into the cold water and grab one of those plump fish before throwing it straight into my mouth and chewing on its raw flesh. My stomach growls silently just thinking about it. But that would definitely make Saya angry, right? She would yell at me and call me a savage idiot or something. After all, this is the backyard of the Takagi mansion, where there is this meticulously manicured garden. I can't be that kind of visitor who comes in and starts devouring the pets like a wild animal. Although they really do look delicious. At that moment, as I continue to watch the cute fish swimming, unaware that a hungry zombie is watching them, Rei calls my name. I turn my head toward her. "What's up?" Rei looks at me with a puzzled expression as she points at my face. "Wipe your saliva. You're drooling." Arata looks like a dog looking at food. Was I really drooling? I quickly wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Then Rei flashes a bright smile and asks cheerfully. "By the way, tomorrow is your birthday, right?" I almost completely forgot about that. My birthday is tomorrow, December 24th. It's the birthday I had in my other life, but I use it in this life too because I honestly don't remember the exact date I was born as a zombie. My parents in this world abandoned me so quickly that they never told me when I was actually born. So I just use the date from my previous life because it's the only thing I remember. It doesn't matter much anyway. My birthday in this world is probably around that date in December. Saya, who had been half dozing with her eyes closed leaning against the tree trunk, slowly opens her eyes upon hearing that, and blinks a couple of times. "Your birthday is tomorrow." I didn't know that. We met Saya just 1 year ago, before my last birthday. The problem is that we've only known each other superficially since then. We've played together, we've gone to the park, but we've never really talked about personal things like birthdays or family histories. That is, the subject hasn't come up until now. Rei seems quite pleased with the fact that she knows something about me that Saya doesn't. She puffs out her chest proudly as she says in a smug tone. "That's right. I did know. I've celebrated Arata's birthday every year since we met. I always invite him to my house to celebrate. My dad buys a delicious cake, and we play games all afternoon." Saya adjusts her glasses with one finger while frowning slightly. "The birthday party is supposed to be at his house, not yours. Because it's his birthday, not yours, Rei." Rei flashes a nervous smile on her face as she scratches her cheek with a finger. You know how Arida is when it comes to his home. He always avoids that topic, humph. He's never told us exactly where he lives or invited us to visit him. So we celebrate at my house instead. Hey, why are you suddenly getting angry? But what Ray says is true, since I've never told either of them where I live. I can't exactly invite them to my abandoned building full of rubble, and without electricity or water. Saya nods understandingly as she looks at me with piercing orange eyes. This idiot is indeed an idiot who doesn't want to talk about himself. Frustrating. Arida is a big idiot. I'm listening, you know. I'm right here. Ray laughs cheerfully at my protest, then gets up from the grass, and her red eyes quickly take on a gleam of excitement. Anyway, Arida. Come to my house tomorrow to celebrate your birthday. Tonight I'll ask my dad to prepare things. You come too, Saya-chan. It'll be more fun with more people. As she says this, she suddenly lunges at Saya and hugs her tightly from behind, pressing their cheeks together. I see how Saya immediately becomes annoyed by the physical contact. With an irritated snort, she pushes Ray away from her. Don't hug me like that all of a sudden. Then she adjusts the frame of her glasses. Hey, does she really need to wear those things at such a young age? She's barely 10 years old. Her eyes are already that damaged. Anyway, a pleasant pink color spreads across her white cheeks as she looks at me sideways. Since this is the first time the three of us are spending your birthday together, it's better if you come here to my house. My house has enough space and resources to have a proper celebration. Ray immediately shakes her head vehemently. It should be at my house like always. She says this in a stubborn tone, and it seems she really doesn't want my birthday to be celebrated anywhere other than her home. Furthermore, she looks at Saya as if she has suddenly become her enemy or rival. Sparks fly between their glances. Saya puts her hands on her hips and looks at Ray with disdain. Why does it have to be at your house? My house is much bigger and has better facilities. We can use the garden, the pool, the party room. Because it's always been at my house. You can't change the things I have with Arida. Don't be so childish, Ray. You're the childish one, Saya. The two of them start to really fight now. I decide to intervene before this escalates further, and they end up pulling each other's hair or something. They both turn to me with angry looks and say at the same time, "Don't get involved, Arida." I'm not scared of them, and instead, I smile as I pat them on the head. I'm used to these kinds of fights between them, and I know how to handle angry Ray and Sundara Saya. After doing this, they always calm down. That makes me wonder if I've tamed them at some point. Stop thinking about that. Hey, calm down. This time we can celebrate here, okay? Since we're friends, we can't leave anyone out. And since Saya wants it to be here, and it's the first time the three of us will celebrate together, then it's okay to do it at her house. Ray immediately puffs out her cheeks, and I can tell she's not happy with my decision. Bad Arida. You always take Saya's side. She closes her eyes under my caress and sighs. But it's okay if it's just this once. Next year it has to be at my house again, no excuses. Next year it will be at your house, Ray. I'm completely fine with that. I don't really care where we celebrate. I just want to spend time with my friends and maybe eat some raw meat when no one is looking. Saya responds too, but unlike Ray, she sounds. It's not that I care much where we celebrate. I just thought my house would be more convenient. That's all. She sounds tsundere. Even so, she looks away with rosy cheeks. Then Ray and Saya sit back down on the grass under Sakura tree. Me, meanwhile, draw their exasperated glances when I take a small leap out of the shade and lie down flat on the ground with my back against the soft, cool grass under the sun. I cross my hands behind my head as a pillow and direct my gaze toward the beautiful clear blue sky above us. It's a perfect day. Amidst the birdsong, I hear an exasperated Saya speaking to me. Why are you lying on the ground like a bum? There are beds at home if you want to sleep. The grass is more comfortable. I reply with a lazy smile. Then I remember something important and turn my head toward where Saya is sitting. By the way, Saya, what happened with the announcement of the discovery you and your mother made? You know, about the parasites. How have government researchers or the media responded? 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 19. Chapter 19, 2001 words. Ray is also curious about the answer, so she turns her head toward Saya. Ah, that, yeah. Saya puts a look of contempt on her pretty face. Did she just remember something extremely unpleasant? At that memory, she frowns and begins to speak in an irritated voice. They're angry at Oka-san because we didn't hand over Ota-san's body to the Ghoul investigators. Speaking of Sachiro, I had accompanied Saya that day during his funeral. She had tried to stay strong throughout the ceremony, with her back straight and her chin up, as she wanted to appear a worthy heir to the Takagi family. But when it came time to watch the coffin being lowered into the ground, she finally broke down and cried her eyes out. Watching your father being buried underground, knowing that you will never see him again, that you will never hear his voice or feel his hand on your head again. It must be an absolutely enormous pain. Even so, both Saya and Yuriko probably preferred to say goodbye to a father and husband in this way, with a proper funeral and a place to visit his grave, than to hand Sachiro's transformed body over to a bunch of investigators to cut up and study. Saya continues to speak in an increasingly annoyed voice. The Ghoul inspectors and many other government researchers were absolutely furious with us. And when Oka-san and I tried to explain to them that Ota-san wasn't a ghoul but a different kind of life form, they didn't even listen to us. We even sent them all the video evidence. We showed them the entire recording of that green worm entering Ota-san's body, and how he subsequently transformed. Faced with that clear and irrefutable evidence, do you know what those stupid and incompetent adults did? They spent the whole time insulting Oka-san, telling her she was lying, and that she was just in shock over the loss of her husband and seeing things that weren't there. They called her hysterical. The calmest and most rational woman I know. Oka-san naturally got very angry at the disrespect and immediately shut down the meeting. She told them all to go to hell. I see, so something like that happened with the authorities. Well, I'm not too surprised. They probably thought Yuriko was too traumatized to think clearly, and dismissed all her evidence without even examining it properly. When more bodies turn up with their heads transformed, and when they see that those things can change their appearance at will, they'll eventually have to admit that there's another species walking among humans. By then it may be too late, or it may not be. Saya's eyes suddenly shine. What is this girl thinking now? Hey, Arata, Ray. What do you think would happen if a parasite could successfully enter and parasitize a ghoul instead of a normal human? Only after she says that out loud do I realize that such a possibility exists, and it's absolutely terrifying. A ghoul is already dangerous enough on its own. They have superhuman strength, speed, and regeneration, not to mention the biological weapons that come out of their backs. Now imagine combining that with the sharp tentacles of a parasite. Ray laughs awkwardly as she shakes her head. That's not possible, right? It would be too horrible if something like that existed. Saya looks at her like she's an idiot for being so naive and optimistic. Of course it's possible, Ray. In fact, it's very likely that it has already happened somewhere. If the host of the parasite is a ghoul, then hybrid mutants could be born. Although it's not known exactly whether their organisms will be biologically compatible, which would make them exponentially more terrifying and dangerous, or whether their biological systems will fight each other internally and consequently weaken each other. It would be interesting to study that. I'm afraid only you find it interesting to study that, Saya. Personally, I just want to eat them. Then I start thinking on my own. What if zombies also joined that mix? Since it's only a matter of time before a massive outbreak of the undead appears, This is the world of high school of the dead after all. Could the parasite successfully parasitize a zombie? Or will the undead reject the invader? Since I realized that I had rejected the invasion of worms in my brain. But I don't know if I count as a normal zombie. And if the three types of monsters, ghouls, parasites, and zombies, coexist simultaneously in the same world at the same time, who will prevail in the end? Who will eat whom? Of all of them, I honestly think zombies are probably the weakest of the three, not counting humans, of course. Ghouls are definitely the most powerful for now, without a doubt, as they are perfect predators designed to hunt humans. Speaking of ghouls, I'm pretty sure they come from the anime Tokyo Ghoul, right? My memories of my previous life are confusing and blurry, so I can't say for sure. But I'm almost certain that I've seen an anime about ghouls that eat humans in my other life that was called Tokyo Ghoul. I vaguely remember a black-haired protagonist who becomes half ghoul or something like that. And this place where I am now, which is supposed to be Tokunosu according to the anime High School of the Dead, is now located in Tokyo in this reality. I don't know why the geography changed, or if I'm just confusing things. Putting aside all those confusing things I can't explain, parasites are problematic for anyone to deal with. They can parasitize any living being, and once they take control of a body, they can blend in perfectly with society. Above all, I remember that they can change their faces at will, taking on someone else's identity in seconds. But honestly, an experienced ghoul with enough power could take down a parasite in direct combat. The three of us finally abandoned those dark and depressing topics. Instead, we started having fun being normal kids. Ray tells some funny stories about things that happened at her school, Saya complains about how stupid her classmates are, and I make some silly jokes that make them laugh. Even though the world is slowly going to hell, the youthful spirit must still live on and shine brightly. It's better to continue spending pleasant days and enjoying the company of friends while you still can, rather than being constantly depressed and distressed thinking about all the what-ifs that could happen in the future. Then it's time to return to our respective homes. The sun is already sinking toward the horizon. It's almost 5 p.m. Since everyone knows there are monsters roaming the streets, we've decided to always return to our homes earlier, before nightfall, because it's safer that way. I say goodbye to Saya by gently stroking her pink hair. See you tomorrow for the party, Sun Saya. Don't call me Sun Saya. She protests as she shows her fangs peeking out cutely from her lips. Anyway, see you tomorrow. And you better be on time. Ray also says goodbye to Saya, after giving her an enthusiastic hug that almost knocks them both over. Thanks for inviting us tomorrow, Saya-chan. Enough. Let go of me. Saya says that as she pushes Ray away from her with her cheeks slightly red. Tsundere. Just as I turn to leave toward the mansion's exit, I notice Saya's piercing gaze fixed intensely on me. But before I can think about the reason for that gaze, she shifts her eyes to Ray. Ray, wait a moment. Don't you leave yet. Ray blinks in confusion as she points toward the exit where I'm standing. I want to go with Arita. Saya crosses her arms and puts on a serious expression. She's not joking this time, and she wants to talk about something serious. I want to talk to you about something important. Arita, you can go without worrying about us. I'll ask Okasan to drive Ray home, after we're done talking. Ray puffs out her cheeks in frustration. But I want to walk back with Arita. If you want to talk about something, do it now in front of him. We're all friends, aren't we? Saya looks at her with furrowed brows and a stern expression. It's a private matter between girls. Arita shouldn't be here to listen. Only after hearing that does Ray seem to understand that it must be something really important or personal. She shrugs her shoulders in resignation. All right, I guess. If it's a girl's thing, then there's no helping it. Then she runs up to me and hugs me tightly. Her slender arms wrap around my waist and she presses her face against my chest. See you tomorrow, Arita. I love you very much. But she immediately notices that my body is completely stiff under her embrace. Why are you so tense? I snap out of my reverie when I hear her concerned voice. I shake my head quickly and put a big smile on my face. Ah, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Don't worry. I hug her back briefly before pulling away. See you tomorrow, Ray. Be careful on your way back. I turn to Saya as well and raise my hand in farewell. Bye, Saya. Thanks for inviting me tomorrow. Then I turn completely around and start walking toward the exit of the Takagi mansion without looking back. So that day has come, huh? I think that and feel something heavy settling in my chest. It's obvious that Saya has been suspicious of me for some time now. Probably since the incident with her father, or maybe even earlier since that girl is too smart. The reason she wants to talk to Ray alone without me present. When I felt her piercing gaze on me just now and she asked Ray to stay behind, I felt my whole body go completely numb. That said, I knew this moment would come eventually. I always knew my secret couldn't stay hidden forever. I just prayed internally that it wouldn't be so soon, so I could have a little more time being just a normal kid with normal friends. But it seems that God doesn't hear the prayers of someone who walks dead among the living. So will Saya tell Ray that I'm a monster disguised as a child? Will she tell her all her suspicions and observations about me? How will Ray react after discovering that her childhood best friend is not human? That I've been lying all this time about what I really am? Will she reject me too, like all the other kids who call me a monster? When I seriously think about that possibility, I feel my conscience contract painfully. If Saya and Ray reject me tomorrow, and if they tell me they never want to see me again, the two of them can be considered the pillar that keeps my sanity intact, as they are the only people who have treated me well. If Saya and Ray decide tomorrow that they no longer want me in their lives, that will be the exact moment when my emotional support pillar is completely destroyed. And then I will inevitably fall into madness and despair. As time passes completely alone with no one to remind me that I was once human, I will slowly turn into a real monster. Not only in body but also in mind and soul. A zombie without thoughts or feelings, and thus just a walking corpse with an insatiable hunger. That is what awaits me if I lose them. Will it even be worth living then? I laugh at the sky as I walk through the streets back to my abandoned building. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Owen Moriarty Chapter 20. Chapter 20 44 words. As they watch Arita walk away down the mansion's driveway, Ray feels that he seems discouraged as she sees that his shoulders are slightly slumped as he walks without much enthusiasm. Is it possible that Arita also wanted to walk back with me, and having to leave alone, he feels sad? Thinking that way, Ray suddenly smiles as her cheeks turn a soft pink. In her mind, the thought that Arita is sad because he can't be with her makes her heart beat rapidly in her chest. Saya looks at her with raised eyebrows and a confused expression. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Why are you smiling like an idiot? Ray quickly shakes her head and hides her silly smile. And nothing. It's nothing important. Saya narrows her eyes suspiciously but decides not to press the issue any further. That doesn't matter now. I have something much more important to discuss with you. Ray is actually quite upset at the moment. She really wanted to walk back with Arita as they always do, but this pink-haired girl suddenly told her to stay without explanation. Because of Saya, Arita had to leave alone, and that's why he looked so sad and discouraged. She crosses her arms over her chest and looks at Saya with a pout. What's so important that it couldn't wait? And why can't Arita hear it? Saya adjusts her glasses and her expression becomes serious. Because it's specifically about Arita. And I need your help with something. Why are we following Arita? Ray asks this with her cheeks pink with embarrassment. She cautiously pokes her head out from behind a low concrete wall and looks ahead. About 30 meters away, Arita can be seen walking down the road, seemingly unaware that he is being followed. Saya is crouching next to Ray, also peeking out from behind the wall. Ray, haven't you ever been curious about why Arita always runs away or changes the subject when talking about his home or family. It's pretty suspicious, don't you think? Rei blinks at her childhood friend's question. In fact, Rei is also very curious about this. She has thought about it many times over the years they have been friends. Her personal conclusion has always been that Arata probably doesn't get along with his family, which is why he flatly refuses to talk about them. Maybe his parents are strict or cold towards him. That's why she no longer asked him about such personal matters, as she didn't want to make him uncomfortable or upset by stirring up emotional wounds he preferred to keep hidden. Rei glares at Saya, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That doesn't justify us following him like this. We look like stalkers. She waves her arms up and down, closing her eyes as she shouts. If someone saw us from a different perspective, we would definitely look like a couple of stalkers chasing a guy through the streets. It's super embarrassing, Saya-chan. Saya's serious and determined expression is completely destroyed by those accusatory words. Her entire face blushes intensely, from her cheeks to her ears. She shakes her head desperately from side to side, causing her twin pigtails to shake in the air. I am not a stalker. The pigtails hit Rei's face, causing Rei to flinch. Rei stares speechlessly at the tsundere, who is completely stuck, not knowing what to say to defend herself. It's obvious that Saya hadn't thought about how this situation would look from the outside. Rei sighs in resignation. At that precise moment, she sees Arata suddenly turn his head back toward where they are hiding. They are about 30 meters behind him, which should be enough distance. But surprisingly, from the way he narrows his eyes and looks directly in their direction, he seems to have heard them or sensed their presence. This is bad. Fortunately, Rei reacts quickly. She grabs Saya by her twin pigtails and pulls down hard, causing Saya to crouch completely behind the wall. The pink pigtails stretch painfully. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Saya protests the pain in her scalp as she manages to hide just in time. That hurt, silly Rei. Why did you pull me so hard? Rei quickly silences her by covering her lips with her palm as she whispers. Or do you want Arata to see us and think we're a couple of weird stalkers following him? He looked right over here. Saya walks away with an indignant snort once Rei removes her hand. I'm definitely not a stalker. That's ridiculous. Rei shrugs as she gives Saya a skeptical look. Then what exactly are we? Because we're silently following Arata through the streets without him knowing. At school, I was taught that that's the definition of stalking. A moment ago, when Arata said goodbye to them at the Takagi mansion, Saya had only said mysteriously that they needed to talk about Arata. Then, without giving any further explanation, she had dragged Rei through the streets following Arata from a safe distance. Now she has only said that she is curious about his private life. But is that really all there is to it? Rei has a feeling that there is something else that Saya is not saying. Saya shows a conflicted expression on her small face. Her eyebrows are furrowed and she bites her lower lip as she seems to be struggling internally with something. After resolving some doubts in her mind, she finally begins to speak. I find Arata's physical condition very strange. He is extremely pale, and I thought that maybe he could be a ghoul in disguise. Don't be silly, Saya-chan. Arata is not a monster. Rei displays on an angry expression. She didn't like that a guy as cool and kind as Arata was being seen as a monster. If a monster can be so kind and loving, then could it still be considered a monster? Arata doesn't scare her. She finds him charming. She even secretly thinks about marrying him when they grow up. With her train of thought heading in that direction again, she feels a warmth on her skin. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 21, Chapter 21 1566 words. Shut up, Bakare. Let me finish talking, okay? Anyway, that's what I thought at first. But he genuinely cares a lot about the two of us. And we've known him for quite a while now. If he really were a ghoul, he would have already acted and eaten us, right? Rei nods a couple of times. It seems she has misunderstood Saya. The pink-haired girl with twin pigtails continues talking as she discreetly pokes her head forward to look ahead. She sees Arata start walking again without looking in their direction. Aside from his pale skin, his body is extremely thin. And at the same time, he's very short for a boy his age. Don't you think that's very strange? In this situation, the first thing that comes to mind is that he is severely malnourished. That's why I wanted to follow him and see what kind of life he leads. I'm just worried about our friend, okay? So I'm definitely not a weird stalker. Ah, so that's it. Rei finally fully understands what Saya means and nods her head. Arata does indeed look like a very malnourished child when you look at him closely. That's why she was constantly worried about him too. In fact, it's the main reason she always brought him extra bento boxes when they met at the park to play. She wanted to make sure he ate at least something nutritious when they were together. But for some reason she has never understood, Arata doesn't seem to be gaining weight or growing. Well, they only see each other a few times a week at the park. And if the serious nutrition problem is at home, with his family not giving him enough food, then those few times she gives him bentos wouldn't help much in the long run. A growing child needs to eat properly and regularly every day. Rei looks at Saya with a serious expression. Do you also suspect that Arata has serious family problems? Or that his family is very poor and can't afford to feed him properly? Saya snorts as she crosses her arms. That's most likely based on all the evidence. That's why I want to see where he lives, to confirm my suspicions. At the same time, both girls realize that Arata has already walked quite far down the street while they were talking. He almost disappears as he turns a corner. He's getting away. Saya-chan. Let's follow him. They quickly get up from their hiding place and start following him again, keeping a distance of 30 meters to avoid being detected. As they walk behind Arata, they see a group of 4 or 5 children ahead shouting insults at Arata when he crosses paths with them on the street. It's the monster. Stay away from us, Ghoul-kun. Your skin is disgusting. The children point and cruelly taunt Arata as he passes by. Rei immediately becomes angry upon hearing these insults, clenching her hands into fists at her sides. Those kids are so stupid and ignorant. They always treat Arata like that for no reason. Just because he looks different doesn't mean he's a monster. This is the first time Saya has directly witnessed this kind of bullying towards her friend. She frowns as she looks ahead with a disapproving expression. Does this happen often? It's true that Arata's skin is considerably paler than normal children. Also, something Saya noticed once when she rested her head on his shoulder, is that his heart beats at a noticeably slower rate than normal. But that definitely doesn't give those cruel children the right to yell horrible insults at her friend. Rei nods sadly as she recalls. When we first met years ago, a boy had shot him with a stone while yelling that he was a monster. Also, sometimes when I'm not around to protect him, when I find him later, I find some children teasing him and pushing him around. But then he acts like a zombie to scare them away and makes them run. Arata is quite well known in this part of town, but not in a good way. Gossiping adults make their children stay away from him because of his strange appearance. And children start teasing and harassing him when they see him alone. Since ghouls have been talked about more on television, the children keep calling him that, to the point where even adults cross the street when he walks by so they don't bump into him. With an appearance as pale as a zombie, it would really be quite scary for small children if he suddenly acted like one. You're cruel, Saya-chan. Rei hits Saya on the head. Of course, Saya didn't tell Rei the whole reason for this mission to follow Arata. In fact, she seriously thinks he may be a ghoul, considering everything she's seen so far. Whether it's his pale skin, his slow heartbeat, or how cold his body is to the touch. What if Arata turns out to be a real ghoul? What would Saya do? She fears what might happen in that situation. That's why she can't shake the fear in her heart of discovering the truth today. Saya snaps out of that thought. Both of them focus on what's happening ahead, and wonder if Arata will start acting like a zombie again to scare these children too. But to both girls' surprise, Arata doesn't even glance at those who attacked him with words. He walks past them, seemingly deep in thought about something that has him absorbed in his thoughts. Because Arata didn't react at all to their insults and taunts, one of the children becomes frustrated. He picks up a small stone from the ground and throws it hard at Arata. The stone flies through the air and hits him squarely on the back of the head with a thud. But incredibly, the stone bounces off his skull, as if it had hit a concrete wall. It doesn't seem to do anything to him as Arata doesn't stagger, or show any signs of pain. Saya and Ray freeze as they witness this, their eyes widening in shock as they did not expect him to be attacked in such a way. Seeing that nothing serious has happened to him, they snap out of their shock and direct angry glances at the cruel children who threw the stone. They then see Arata slowly turn his head toward the children. And for some reason they can't see from their angle, the children become so frightened that their faces turn paler than Arata's. Monster. They all start running in different directions while screaming in fear. Some trip over their own feet, and others start crying as they run away. It's as if they've seen something terrifying. Ray and Saya look at each other with confused expressions. What did Arata do to scare them so much? Ray closes her eyes with a smug expression before speaking. He probably showed them his zombie expression. You haven't seen it yet, right? The face he makes with his eyes rolled back and his mouth open. It always works to scare annoying kids, hee. But it doesn't scare me at all. Then they silently resume following Arata. But as they continue to follow him, both girls begin to notice something increasingly strange about the direction Arata is heading. As they walk and walk, they gradually leave behind the residential area with pretty houses and clean streets. They enter an area that appears to be a long-abandoned construction site. There are half-finished buildings with exposed concrete structures, other buildings that have already been partially demolished with debris scattered around. There is no one else walking around here, making the place feel desolate and dangerous. Then they see Arata enter a destroyed abandoned building. The building has countless holes in its exterior walls. The wall looks as if it has been repeatedly shot at with a machine gun. The windows are all broken with no glass, and the front door hangs crookedly from its hinges. Why is Arata coming to a place as dangerous as this? Ray whispers with a worried expression. With a serious face, Saya begins to walk carefully among the debris on the ground so as not to make any noise. Followed closely by Ray, they silently approach the building and peer carefully through one of the broken windows. The interior of the room is covered in dust, cobwebs hang from the corners, and there is only an old, dirty bed with torn sheets, a wardrobe with cracked mirrored doors, and a broken wooden chair. They see Arata lying on his side on that dirty bed. He is curled up in a fetal position, with his back to them. Ray immediately covers her mouth with both hands to stifle a scream of horror. Saya's expression hardens as her hands tremble while clinging to the edge of the window. Is this where Arata lives? In this horrible, dangerous place? Where are his parents? Where is his family? Does he live all alone in a place like this, being just a small child? How long has he been living like this? Thinking about all those unanswered questions, tears begin to fall silently from Ray's eyes, rolling down her cheeks. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Olwen Moriarty Chapter 22, Chapter 22. 1717 words. I'm lying on my bed, bent forward, clutching my stomach with both hands. It hurts so much. As a zombie, I don't normally feel physical pain unless something extraordinary happens. Like that time when I ate part of the ghoul and my regeneration suddenly increased. Then I could feel a warm heat emanating from my stomach. And it was more comforting than anything else. The time I ate the 2 parasitic worms was much worse. Those bastards caused me so much pain that I writhed for minutes. But now, why does my stomach hurt so much again? It's different from the other times. I feel like my insides are being torn apart from within. On the one hand, I want to laugh because I can feel pain, which makes me feel alive, but on the other hand, I can't do anything about the pain. If I start to remember when it exactly started, it was when I was walking back home after saying goodbye to Saya and Ray. I'm a person who has spent 10 years being a zombie in this world with only 2 friends, while everyone else rejects me and treats me like a monster. That has led me to become quite paranoid over time. I often obsessively think that Saya and Ray will eventually discover me as the monster I really am. As my train of thought was going in that dark and depressing direction, walking down the street, I was suddenly attacked with a rock by a child. The rock hit me in the head. At that moment, I suddenly felt a completely irrational anger escaping from me, and I can even say it was a burning rage. I turned my head and stared at those children. The children immediately got scared and ran away screaming in terror. In fact, I felt that something strange had happened to my eyes at that very moment. Because the entire scene in front of me had transformed into a world completely in black and white. Only humans were visible in that monochromatic world in the form of bright red silhouettes. If I had to be specific, then they are like walking bloodstains. And seeing them transformed into that form, I felt a need to jump on them, tear their flesh from their bones, and eat them while they were still warm. That's when the unbearable pain in my stomach began. I had frightened myself with those horrible thoughts and strange vision. I walked back home with my eyes tightly closed. In fact, I even consciously shut down my senses of smell and hearing, because they had suddenly multiplied exponentially in potency. I could smell every drop of blood within miles, I could hear every heartbeat, and I just felt this uncontrollable urge to jump in any direction where I smelled or heard living humans. Still, the pain just grew and grew the more I tried to resist those urges. So it's because I'm hungry. Is that what's going on? After 10 minutes lying in bed trying to wait for the pain to subside on its own, I finally realized that it's not going to happen. I struggle to get out of bed, staggering a little from the pain shooting through my abdomen, and walk over to the closet with the broken, cracked mirror on the door. I look at myself in the distorted reflection. This is. My left eye has a completely black sclera, and the iris is a bright red color like blood. It looks exactly like the eyes of a ghoul. But my right eye is still completely normal. What the hell? If I focus specifically on using only my left eye, the entire world instantly turns black and white. I look at the concrete wall in front of me. And I can see through it. I see through all walls. In that colorless, monochromatic world, I see 2 bright red silhouettes of girls running together about 100 meters away from my location. Those silhouettes seem strangely familiar to me for some reason, but due to the intense pain coursing through my body, I can't form a coherent thought about who they might be. I look in another different direction. Inside a house a few blocks away, I see a group of red silhouettes. That family is happily preparing for dinner. Grumble. My stomach growls loudly. I try with all my might to resist the irresistible temptation to run over there and devour them all. Suddenly I remember that I had caught some fish from the river when I went swimming today. I quickly stagger over to my bed. I lift up the dirty mattress and throw it aside. I tear open the plastic bag where I kept them and take out the 3 dead fish I have there. Then I start eating them like someone who hasn't eaten in days. Normally, I can eat raw fish without any problems, and I even find it quite tasty. But now I feel horribly nauseous as I chew the flesh because it tastes awful. I feel like I'm eating expired fish that has been rotting for several days. But I force myself to swallow it anyway. I eat the 3 fish in quick succession, but I don't feel the pain subside even a little. If anything, it seems to be getting worse. It's unbearable pain. Staggering, I approach the broken window. I clumsily climb onto the wooden frame and jump. The frame breaks under the force of my momentum, and I fly high into the sky. I feel much stronger now than before. Perhaps it's because my half-ghoul state was unintentionally activated, which would also explain my transformed eyes. At least 3 times stronger than my zombie parasite strength. My senses are also amplified in this transformation, and I can hear conversations several miles away. The problem is that I can't properly differentiate all the different noises. And actually, it's quite annoying and disorienting to hear many different voices and random noises simultaneously at the same time. The same goes for my sense of smell, but the only thing I can really smell clearly is the scent of human flesh and fresh blood. Some humans smell noticeably better than others. I fall heavily onto the flat roof of a nearby abandoned building because I can't properly control my new strength. Without thinking about destroying things, I jump again. The roof crumbles and falls apart. When I hit the ground after flying about 30 meters through the air, my feet sink deep into the pavement, and the ground where I landed is indented in the shape of my feet. I feel like I'm going completely insane. All I can think about is fresh human flesh. I want to eat. I run at full speed toward the strongest and most delicious smell of flesh. My legs move so fast that the landscape around me becomes blurry. That smell leads me to a dark and narrow alley in a less traveled part of the city. I focus on using my left eye specifically, and my world instantly turns black and white again. Through all the walls of the surrounding buildings, I see the red silhouettes of two people. One is the silhouette of a large, burly adult man. He has the second silhouette cornered against the wall, which appears to be a small girl trembling with fear. With my heightened senses of hearing focused on that spot, I listen to the conversation between the two. The man sounds like a disgusting degenerate pervert, as he is saying horrible things about what he wants to do to the girl. But then the girl suddenly stops trembling, and her voice changes to a cold tone. I've heard that a predator of girls is lurking around here. I came specifically to eliminate him. Killing human trash like you is definitely better than killing innocent humans. That way I won't feel so guilty when I devour you. What the hell are you talking about, girl? The curious thing about the girl's silhouette is that it looks completely different from the man's. Because in her bright red silhouette, specifically located in the area of her back, I can see a dark purple thing pulsing, and it's like an extra organ. But my brain is very cloudy, and I can't think and process clearly what I hear and see. I stop using my left eye, returning my vision to normal, and quickly turn the corner, appearing in the same dark alley where the two of them are. The perverted man sees me appear and yells aggressively. "Hey, brat. Get out of here right now or I'll have to kill you." He says this as he pulls a long knife from his jacket to look intimidating. But the man is frightened when he sees my eye glowing in the dark. Although I can deactivate my monochromatic vision whenever I want, my eyes are still transformed. I don't have enough control over my current state to know how to deactivate this transformation. Monster. Perverted man screams as his eyes widen so much that they almost pop out of their sockets. The girl also notices me and looks at me with a strange expression. She has dark blue hair cut in a bob. Her large eyes are also a striking dark blue. She appears to be about 10 years old or so. Seeing my transformed eyes, she says to me in a cold voice, "Don't get involved in this, whatever you are. This human is my food." I claimed him first. But before she can finish her sentence, I disappear from my original position. I reappear instantly right next to the man who is trying to run away. I grab his head with one hand. Crash! I violently rip it from his neck in one swift motion. Blood gushes from his neck. Then I sink my other hand deep into his chest. My fingers pierce his ribs and I pull out his heart, still beating weakly, dripping with warm blood. Foo. I bring the heart to my mouth and eat it. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon. com/Owen Moriarty. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 1895 words. I'm sorry for not updating these past few days. I've been with my family, who came to visit. As I bite into the heart, I feel the fleshy texture crumble under the force of my teeth as warm blood spreads explosively in my mouth. I swallow the first piece. Delicious. Too delicious. My eyes shine brightly as the chewed piece of heart goes down my throat into my stomach. For any normal person who ate it, a raw human heart would be disgusting and repulsive, right? Something that would make you vomit immediately. But to me, it's sweet as nectar and juicy as cake. It feels like I'm eating the most exquisite luxury meat in the world. I am completely intoxicated by the overwhelming pleasure of eating this heart, causing a feeling of euphoria to run through my entire body. Foo. As I laugh like that, I feel the judgmental gaze of the girl next to me, but I don't care, and begin to greedily devour the entire heart while deeply inhaling the intoxicating smell of blood floating in the air of the alley. When the heart disappears from my hand, having been consumed down to the last piece, I realize that I no longer feel any pain in my stomach. Oh, it's completely gone. I feel dead again. It's a shame. At first, during the whole time when my stomach hurt, and I felt terribly hungry, it was as if I was constantly in a deep trance. That is, I didn't really know if it was a dream or reality. But now that the insatiable hunger has finally subsided and my stomach is no longer torturing me, my consciousness is no longer so clouded. Mental clarity gradually returns, and I can think coherently again. I look at the decapitated head of the man I still hold in my left hand. His lifeless eyes stare at me, and his mouth is open in a frozen expression of terror. I drop it from my hand. But before it hits the dirty ground of the alley, I kick it hard. The head flies through the air like a ball. It spins and spins as it rises. I put a hand over my eyes as I watch excitedly where the ball is flying. I mean the head, the man's head. It flies quite far, leaving the alley and landing somewhere on the main street with a wet sound. Seeing that it rolled very, very far, I put on a satisfied smile. The police will probably come eventually to investigate this crime scene. But honestly, I don't care that much anymore. At that moment, I hear a young female voice speaking in an annoyed tone. You've completely ruined my food. I remember telling you that this meat belonged to me. Only after hearing her voice again do I finally remember that there is someone else here with me in this alley. I turn my head toward her without really understanding what she's saying. Your food? You mean this dead man as your food? Then I suddenly remember. Earlier, when I was looking through that strange monochrome world with my transformed left eye, I had noticed that she has a pulsating purple thing inside her body. On her back, specifically. So she's a ghoul. I look at the man's headless body lying on the ground, forming an ever-growing pool of red blood. I walk over, grab his right arm with one hand, put a foot on his back for leverage, and pull hard. Quash! His arm is torn from the shoulder with a nasty sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking. Then I take a bite out of the freshly torn arm. My face immediately contorts with an expression of disgust. I chew a couple of times and the taste is horrible. It's like chewing and tasting rotten meat. I spit out the flesh and blood with a nauseated face as I try to get the disgusting taste out of my mouth. Then I look at the ghoul girl and ask her directly. You're a ghoul, right? That said, she doesn't seem hostile towards me. This is curious as I initially thought that all ghouls are evil, so is it okay to assume that some of them are peaceful ghouls like this girl? As I think, I throw the bitten arm towards her. She catches it in midair and shows a surprised expression on her face. You don't intend to eat the rest of the body? I mean, you killed him. I shake my head while still grimacing in disgust. I didn't think normal human flesh would be so disgustingly horrible. I could only eat the heart. That's true and quite strange. It seems that I can only consume the heart specifically, and not the regular flesh of the body, which contradicts the insatiable hunger I feel when I see or smell human flesh. My body tricked me into thinking it wanted all the flesh, but it turns out it only needs the heart. Isn't that what you expected? Does that mean this is the first time you've eaten a human? The ghoul girl asks this curiously. That's right. First time. She tilts her head, and that gesture causes her bangs to fall over the right side of her face. And how does it feel? Killing someone for the first time. How does it make you feel? I look at the mutilated body lying in the pool of blood on the floor. I would be lying if I said that killing a human being didn't affect me at least a little. Of course it affects me on some level since I'm not completely insensitive, and I even feel a little nauseous. However, I don't feel like those protagonists in some anime I've seen. In the past, I genuinely believed that I would feel guilt and deep hatred towards myself. That I would cry inconsolably and break down emotionally, while wanting to deny the reality of what I did. But in my case, I honestly don't feel any significant remorse. There are no strong waves of emotion hitting my heart beyond a slight superficial disgust towards myself for so easily accepting my new reality. All these years, I always complained bitterly about why I had to be born a zombie, and why I am not loved by God. And many times I wished I would just stop living because I wanted to cease to exist. But now I finally realize something important. I just have to fully embrace my zombie nature and accept what I am. Because anyway, there are no realistic ways to escape this condition unless I actively decide to end my own life for good. That said, I still don't want to die. Am I already dead anyway? It's quite confusing. I answer her question with a smile on my face. I heard what you two were saying before I arrived. That man was a disgusting pervert who stalked and attacked girls. He needed to die anyway. So I don't care at all that I've wiped such human trash off this world. I pause as I think of Ray and Saya. I won't allow this kind of scum to continue living while I have two cute and innocent friends who could become victims of guys like that. The ghoul girl shows a look of surprise at my words. She looks at the dead man. With deep disgust, she throws out the arm she was holding and uses it to contemptuously slap the corpse's body. If you put it that way, I guess it makes sense. I ask her curiously. Weren't you going to eat him then? She shakes her head. I lost my appetite after watching you eat. I'm not that disgusting while I eat. Or so I think. At that moment, my sharpened ears pick up the sound of a heartbeat approaching. Of course, that heart belongs to a person moving at high speed in our direction. Let's move. Someone's coming this way at high speed. She doesn't seem to really understand what I'm saying or why it's urgent. How do you know? But I don't have time for long explanations. I grab her arm firmly and pull. Her small, light body is easily lifted off the ground. To prevent her from falling or getting hurt, I hold her properly under her knees and back in a bridal carry position. She is initially surprised by the sudden action and lets out a small cry of surprise. But then she immediately becomes enraged as her cheeks turn red. Put me down right now. I didn't give you permission to touch me. But I look at her with a smile and say mischievously, if you don't shut up right now, I'll kiss you right here. Of course, I wouldn't really do that since I'm not that kind of person. But my hands are busy holding her body, and apparently, my threat to kiss her to shut her up works. She immediately covers her mouth with both hands while giving me a cold, murderous look with her blue eyes. Nodding with satisfaction, I bend my legs and jump upward with all my strength. The alley floor cracks under the force of my jump. My feet land and dig into the brick wall of the building, specifically on the third floor. Then I start running vertically up the wall with the ghoul girl still in my arms. I quickly reach the top of the 5-story building. I jump across a few terraces, and on the flat terrace, I lower the girl, who takes several steps away from me as if I were dangerous. She looks at me with a confused and annoyed expression. Why did you do all that? What's going on? I lean over the edge of the terrace and look down at the alleyway, about 100 meters ahead. I gesture with my hand. That's why. See for yourself. She also approaches cautiously and does the same, leaning over the edge. Her eyes widen in surprise. Is she afraid? Down in the alleyway is a man in a white suit carrying a large metal suitcase in his hand. He reminds me of the two men who came to investigate this part of town in search of ghouls in the past. At that time, I had hidden from them. This man kneels before the mutilated body of the dead man and examines it, touching it with hands covered in white gloves. I can hear what he says with my senses of hearing. The man speaks in low voice as I notice a communicator attached to his clothing. A completely consumed heart. Head violently torn from the body. Right arm also torn off. The scene is very recent, probably less than 5 minutes old. The pattern of mutilation is consistent and similar to the work of a ghoul with considerable strength. Then the man looks around the alley. He notices the footprints from the jump and looks up at the building. Fortunately, I had jumped other buildings, or he would have noticed us already. In a nervous voice, the ghoul girl whispers beside me. He's a CCG inspector. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Owen Moriarty Chapter 24, Chapter 24 2014 Words CCG Inspector, huh? What's that? I think I've heard the word CCG somewhere before. But I can't remember when, let alone where. You really don't know? You're a ghoul, right? I see a vein start to throb visibly on the girl's forehead when she hears my question. She seems annoyed by my ignorance. No, I don't know. Of course, I don't know the details. I'm a fucking zombie living in an abandoned building with no electricity or television. I don't have many convenient ways to get information about the world. She looks at me with exasperation before sighing heavily. Do you at least know what a ghoul inspector is? Have you heard anything about them? They're pretty famous lately and all over the news. I do know a little about that. After all, I sometimes passed by random houses during my morning wanderings and watched the news from the windows. If no one chased me away with a broom or yelled at me to leave, I could stay long enough to glean a piece of information or two about what was going on in the world. Saya had also mentioned something about ghoul inspectors. I know they were in charge of studying ghouls or investigating them or something like that. But from the genuine fear I see in this ghoul girl's eyes, it seems they weren't just studying them peacefully. They're bastards who look for any excuse to kill us. If they find a ghoul, they'll kill it without a second thought. So if you run into one of those inspectors and don't kill them first, you'll be in serious trouble because you'll be relentlessly hunted down until you're eliminated. I nod as I try to engrave that information into my rotten brain. CCG, huh? They seem pretty troublesome, actually. I think it's an easy situation to solve. Kill them before they follow me, right? Problem solved. Ghoul girl, hearing me say that and seeing me smile evilly, curls her lips with an expression of disdain for my stupidity. Why are you acting so carefree as if it's no big deal? CCG agents are powerful and well-trained. Kids like us can easily be trampled and killed by them. They don't care at all whether they're ghoul children or adult ghouls. They'll kill them all with a smile on their faces. To them, we're just monsters that need to be exterminated. This girl grew up with that deep-rooted contempt for the CCG. Her parents are probably ghouls too, and they've instilled those thoughts and hatred in her since she was very young. But if the CCG inspectors act as ruthlessly as she says, then she has every right to hate them. Since, from the ghouls' point of view, those who hunt and kill them are obviously the villains of their story. The girl continues talking while pointing at me. Besides, you're a huge idiot. What's that all of a sudden? Why is she looking at me like I'm the stupidest being on the planet? You're a huge idiot for throwing that head so far away earlier. That head fell in the direction this inspector came from, don't you understand? That's why he got here so fast. Now he knows for sure that there are ghouls operating in this area. The CCG inspectors won't stop searching until they find and eliminate us. Now that I think about it. That man came running from the same direction I kicked the head. So he must have been very surprised that a human had suddenly rolled to his feet. It's possible that it even hit him directly in the face as he was walking. That image is quite funny. As my train of thought is directed in that direction, I suddenly snap my fingers as a huge excited smile displays on my face. As I said before, we just need to kill him before he reports our location. That way, he won't cause us any trouble in the future. I think I'll play around with that person a little and see if he's really as strong as Ghoul Girl says. It will be interesting to test my new half-ghoul abilities against a professional hunter. I'm sure they have nice white suits and shiny briefcases. I wonder what they're hiding inside those briefcases. Is it actually a lot of cash? But when I focus my sharpened senses specifically on the briefcase that Men is carrying, I start to salivate. It's not money. There's something that smells delicious in there. As I take my first determined step toward the edge of the terrace to jump, I feel a small hand grab my shoulder, and then being pulled back abruptly. I find myself face to face with the girl's completely cold and serious expression. She clicks her tongue in irritation. Are you seriously thinking of going down there and fighting that inspector right now? We're just kids. Too weak to even think about taking them on. He'll turn you into mincemeat in seconds. You really don't think about the consequences of your actions at all, you idiot. I laugh as my white teeth reflect in her eyes. But it looks fun. I want to see how strong he really is. She crosses her arms and with deep disdain in her voice, she says to me. If you're going to stupidly kill yourself, then let me escape first. I don't want to die because of your idiocy. At that moment, I look down again and see that the man with the briefcase is already walking away from the alley. The girl sighs with relief as she sees the danger receding. I regret it because I wanted to test my new strength while I'm in this half-ghoul mode that hasn't disappeared yet. I wanted to see how powerful I am now. To get rid of that annoying feeling of disappointment at not being able to face a new type of enemy, I look at the ghoul girl and ask her something I should have asked before. By the way, what's your name? We haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. She fixes her intense blue eyes on mine for a long time. After a second or two, she says her name in a soft voice. Kirishima Tuka. That's a pretty name. Then I give her my own name. I'm Arida. I don't have a last name. When I say my name, the girl named Tuka's eyes open wide in surprise, and even her mouth opens. That's the same name as my father. As she says this in a trembling voice, a kind of deep sadness appears on her face for a brief second as she clenches her small fists tightly. It seems that she has a sad past related to her family, and her father specifically. Although Tuka, I think as I watch her. With the CCG mentioned, ghouls hunting humans, and now a girl named Tuka Kirishima, then it's completely safe to assume that this world is Tokyo Ghoul mixed with everything else. I don't remember much about the anime honestly, so I can't rely on my hazy memory to recall specific details of the overall plot, let alone the plot related to this girl. It may even be completely different from what I remember, as there are other variables in this mixed-up world, such as parasites, and who knows what other kinds of shit will eventually appear. Tuka shakes her head as if to clear herself of those sad thoughts. Then she slowly approaches me and brings her face close to my chest. Her little nose twitches as she seems to sniff me. Hey, that's pretty rude. She ignores my protest and lifts her gaze to look me in the eyes. You have the characteristic eye of a ghoul, only one side transformed, but at the same time you don't seem to be a complete ghoul. You don't seem to be a normal human either. But putting those details aside, you smell absolutely delicious. Seeing her start to salivate as she looks at me like I'm a gourmet dish, I quickly grab her head with my hand and pull her away from me. Do I really smell that delicious to you guys? In the past, that ghoul I killed in my abandoned building, when I was 6 years old, had said exactly the same thing. He seemed completely crazed with the desire to taste my flesh. Remembering that perverted bastard makes me want to go back in time just to kick him again. Tuka nods several times. Your body gives off an incredibly delicious and captivating scent. I don't remember ever smelling anything like your fragrance. So chewing on your flesh would be very, very satisfying. I suddenly feel like kicking this girl. That's bad. I mustn't think about kicking girls. I ask her with a rather tense smile. Are you thinking of eating me then? She grimaces as her white cheeks turn bright pink. Oh, of course not. I won't commit cannibalism. Even though you smell delicious, you have a ghoul form, so it would be like eating another ghoul. That's disgusting. Then she quickly changes the subject as she looks toward the horizon. Anyway, we should return to our homes now. It will be very bad if many more CCG inspectors join forces to patrol the entire area around here looking for us. She approaches the edge of the terrace and looks down. Then she seems to feel embarrassed. I look at her in confusion as she stands there for a few long minutes. What's wrong? I ask her curiously. It's so high, and I still don't know how to use my strength very well to land from this height, without hurting myself. Ah, that's it. I approach her with a teasing smile. The ghoul girl is afraid of heights. Before she can hit me for teasing her, I quickly lift her into a bridle position, holding her with one arm under her knee and the other under her back. What are you? Without giving her time to protest properly, I jump off the edge of the terrace. We're falling from about 10 stories up. I hear the wind whistling in my ears. Tuka screams as she buries her head in my chest, terrified of the fall. We hit the ground with that explosive sound. My feet dig deep into the concrete pavement, sinking several inches as cracks spread out from the point of impact. But I climb out of the hole and walk normally. Since I cushioned the entire fall with my body, Tuka was unharmed. You scared me. Calling me an idiot again, she hits my chest with her small fists. Even so, her eyes are wide with surprise as she stares at me. She seems to be looking at a fascinating weirdo she found along the way. Then I put her down on the ground. I'll walk you home. I don't need. But I interrupt her before she can finish. A little girl shouldn't be walking alone on the streets at night. There are lots of bad men everywhere, like that pervert we just encountered. Tell me your home address, and I'll take you there safely. She gives up with a sigh. Just follow me. Then she starts running. Even though she says she can't control her ghoul strength very well yet, she runs much faster than a well-trained athletic adult human. Her feet barely touch the roofs of the houses as she moves nimbly across the rooftops. As I follow her without any trouble thanks to my enhanced state, aside from breaking a few roofs, I think about this ghoul girl. She is very young, probably my age or maybe a year younger. But she is already hunting alone in the streets to get her food. Hunting human predators to survive. She must have a difficult life. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Owen Moriarty Chapter 25, Cater 25 12 20 words my ghoul friend, and I finally arrived at our destination. Well, I don't know if I should really call her a new friend. We've only known each other for less than an hour. But at the same time, I feel it's appropriate to call her that way, because we're both monster children who, from an early age, have had to fend for ourselves completely. Surviving as best we can in a world that rejects us. At least in my case, I have vague memories of my past life. But would anything change significantly if I didn't have them? So far, they haven't been very helpful since I remember almost nothing, and as I grow older, my memories only fade away. They have been helpful. Perhaps if it weren't for those memories of when I was human, I would have long since completely forgotten what defines a human being. Or maybe I wouldn't think like a human in the first place without those memories. Putting those complicated thoughts aside, I hear Tuka speak loudly as she points ahead. This is my house. I look over there. It's a beautiful house surrounded by a concrete wall for privacy, and it has a black iron gate at the entrance. The house is 2 stories high with a modern, clean design. Given its considerable size, it looks like it could comfortably accommodate several people. Perhaps it was originally purchased for the purpose of housing an entire family. I focus my sense of vision specifically on my left eye, which is still transformed, and look through all the walls of the house. It may be quite rude to spy on the inside of other people's houses like this without their permission, but honestly, I don't really care. It's what I've been doing often since this afternoon, when I gained this new X-ray vision ability. It's too interesting and useful not to use. Inside the house, scanning all the rooms, I don't see any living beings apart from a small fish swimming in a fish tank on a table. Is it possible that her family is still out working or something? But it's already quite late at night. Most normal people have already returned home from work hours ago. That being the case, and remembering the pained expression Tuka made at that moment when I revealed my name, which by pure coincidence is exactly the same as her father's, I come to the logical conclusion that it's very possible that Tuka lives alone in this house. It's a very nice house. I say honestly, because compared to the shitty abandoned building full of rubble where I live, Tuka's house looks like a luxury mansion. I wonder if someday, when I'm an adult and can work properly without people rejecting me for my appearance, I'll be able to earn enough money to afford a decent house like this. Probably not. But it's nice to dream. Tuka looks ahead with a melancholy expression. It's a beautiful house that my father bought for us to live together as a family. But now it's become ugly and empty to me. I see her expression at that moment under the dim streetlight. It's a deeply sad expression, a completely broken expression. That more or less confirms my suspicion that she has been separated from her family in some way. I honestly don't know what appropriate words to say in emotional situations like these. I've never been good with words of comfort. So I simply mold my face into a friendly smile and say whatever comes to mind. I'll come visit you from time to time, since I now know the location of your house. You won't be able to escape me. Tuka is startled to hear that and looks at me in surprise. Are you really going to visit me? Why would you do that? Then she throws out a sarcastic comment. Now I deeply regret showing the location of my house to a weird guy like you. I click my tongue as I shake my head. I'll come visit you anyway, even if you don't want me to. It's too late for regrets now. She frowns. Besides, if the CCG inspectors find us together, it will cause serious trouble for both of us. I wave my hand dismissively. Forget about those CCG guys for now. We'll deal with them if they show up. You seem like a pretty interesting person, so I'm interested in being your friend. Besides, I know absolutely nothing about the world of ghouls or their rules and customs, so I'll come bother you to tell me everything you know about it. Tuka's blue eyes widen as genuine surprise is reflected on her small face. It seems she didn't expect another being like her, another monster, to want to befriend her willingly. That makes me think she has been alone for a long time. The corners of Tuka's lips move upward into a small smile. I guess I have no choice but to endure your annoying visits in the future then. She turns away as she continues. Well, I'm going inside now. It's late. As she approaches the iron gate and puts her hand on it, she suddenly turns back to me. I see her expression become serious. If you ever see men wearing white suits with large briefcases in their hands, like the inspector from before, hide immediately and don't try to confront them for any reason. Because they are the damned CCG. Those bastards who completely destroyed my world and my family. At first, she has difficulty pronouncing my name, but she says those last words with deep hatred. At that moment, I nod to show her that I understand the seriousness of what she is saying. I'll be careful. Then I smile again and say something I feel she needs to hear. It's possible that it's been a long time since you've heard these words addressed to you. Good night, Tuka. Tuka's body freezes for a few seconds, causing her to remain motionless. Then, slowly, a smile appears on her face. A big, very, very pretty smile that lights up her expression. So she can smile like that too, this ghoul girl. Good night to you too, Arida. Saying those words in a cheerful voice, she quickly opens the iron gate and closes it behind her before running towards her house. I stand there watching until she disappears inside the house, and the lights come on in a room on the second floor. Only then do I turn around. I run back at full speed across the rooftops of the houses, jumping from roof to roof with my enhanced strength still active. The night wind hits my face as I move through the dark city. That night, as I lie on my dirty mattress in my abandoned building, I am in a very good mood. It seems I managed to brighten up the life of a lonely person, at least a bit. And that makes me feel good. I almost forgot about my eye. I have to find a way to get it back to normal before I meet Saya and Ray tomorrow. 20 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Owen Moriarty. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.